Good morning, everyone. I'm Carolyn Sawyer and hope everyone is well. It is Wednesday, day 2, October 21st, day 2 of the 2020 National Environmental Justice Conference and Training Program. We're so happy to have you with us. We've got a full day. We have at least 3 workshops that we will be conducting today, and we've got some great presenters for those workshops. I should also tell you, you want to stick around because this afternoon we'll be presenting our Environmental Justice Awards presentation as well. So you don't want to miss that. Lots going on. Just for order of housekeeping, if you need the program booklet, we'd like for you to go to the website and you can download that booklet and you'll be able to follow along and see all the speakers and who will be coming up at which time. Our first workshop is going to start at 10 o'clock, exactly, precisely at 10 o'clock. That's in 1 minute. And this is the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of the 1964. So you want to stay tuned. We're going to start that in literally 1 minute. And then we, again, have 2 other workshops through the course of the day. We'll break at 11:30 for lunch, and then we'll come back and start our second workshop at 1 o'clock. We'll take a brief break at 2:30 and start our third workshop at 3 o'clock. And again, I remind you to stay tuned because at 4:30 we'll be having closing remarks and the Environmental Justice Awards, and you don't want to miss that. You certainly don't want to miss that. So again, we are at 10 o'clock. We are ready to start our first training for the 2020 National Environmental Justice Conference and Training Program. This is, again, day 2, and this training program is the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This session aims to provide participants with a brief overview of the Title VI and a more detailed discussion of the requirement to provide meaningful access to persons with limited English proficiency. We have leading this workshop today, Kurt Temple. I'd like to welcome Kurt. Hi, Kurt.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Very well today. Let me tell our audience a little bit about you, Kurt. Welcome and thanks for being with us today. Kurt is EPA's ECRCO Senior Advisor. He assists the Director in the management and administration by developing materials and providing strategic advice and guidance regarding policies, case investigations, technical assistance, and other compliance activities. Kurt joined EPA in July of 2015 after 12 years of service at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in the Office of Civil Rights. At HHS OCR, Kurt was the acting deputy director for enforcement and regional operations, and he served HHS in a number of other capacities. Prior to his government service, Kurt was a litigation attorney in private practices in areas of commercial litigation and employment law. Kurt, we're so happy to have you with us today. I'm going to turn the floor over to you as we look forward to your presentation this morning. Welcome.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm happy to be here. I presented at this conference before, and it's always a pleasure to come back and speak at this conference. I have a PowerPoint today, and I'm going to show my screen and walk through the PowerPoint with you. Just to elaborate a little bit on the introduction, I've been with EPA since 2015, and we've done considerable work over the past several years, bolstering EPA's enforcement of civil rights laws, also ensuring that our recipients are abiding by their non-discrimination and regulatory obligations. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about background under Title VI, and then the focus of the presentation today is ultimately providing meaningful access to individuals with limited English proficiency, the authority of which falls under Title VI, and I'll explain all of that. So I'm going to show my screen now and then walk through the PowerPoint. As always, you can ask questions, and we'll try my best to answer them. All right, so I'm sharing my screen now. Let me know if anybody can't see that screen. The title of the presentation is Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, ensuring meaningful access for persons with limited English proficiency. And again, I'm with the EPA External Civil Rights Compliance Office. There are a number of federal agencies who enforce Title VI. And of course, the overarching civil rights coordinator is the Department of Justice through their Federal Coordination and Compliance section. But you know, as was mentioned in my bio, I worked at HHS and I worked in the Civil Rights Office there, and similarly, we enforce Title VI there. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what that means and what that means for people who receive federal financial assistance, more particularly from EPA. So here's some of the topics we'll be going over. Our legal authority under Title VI and other federal civil rights laws, relevant EPA resources which are publicly available, and you can see both our guidance and how we enforce Title VI and other non-discrimination laws. I'm going to get into the link between Title VI and language access, discuss some common language access terms, and then talk really about what's sort of the crux of providing meaningful access, which is the LEP four-factor analysis, which is set forth in federal guidances, including EPA. And then I'll talk also about language assistance services. So what does our office do at EPA? Well, we're the External Civil Rights Compliance Office, not to be confused with the EPA's Office of Civil Rights, which is also an office at EPA. The Office of Civil Rights enforces basically EEO type laws, Title VII, Section 504, within the employee context at EPA. So it's internal to EPA. And the External Civil Rights Compliance Office, you know, with that word external in the title, means that we enforce the civil rights laws with respect to our external financial assistance recipient partners. So, and how do we do that? Well, we basically have a few categories of civil rights laws that we enforce. We enforce laws which prohibit discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, which includes limited English proficiency, disability, sex, and age by applicants for and recipients of financial assistance from EPA. And specifically, we enforce Title VI, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which prohibits disability discrimination, Title IX of the Education Amendments Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in educational programs, Age Discrimination Act, and Section 13, which is primarily related to EPA. It's a grant provision. If entities receive funding under this, they're also bound by Section 13, which prohibits sex discrimination, regardless of whether or not it's an education program or activity. And then those federal laws are implemented through our EPA regulation at 40 CFR Parts 5 and 7. And so many of the civil rights laws are written generally, and then the various federal agencies were tasked to enact regulations which implement those and which provide a sort of a better framework for our recipients, applicants and recipients, to abide by the civil rights laws. It contains both the obligations, it also contains process and requirements. So EPA's mission is the protection of human health and the environment. Our office's mission at the External Civil Rights Compliance Office within EPA is to ensure that human protection of human health and environment is available to all persons in the U.S., regardless of race, color, national origin, disability, sex, or age. I should also mention that our office, External Civil Rights Compliance Office, is within EPA's Office of General Counsel. So we are a program component of OGC. So I mentioned the regulations. 40 CFR Part 5 implements Title IX, and then 40 CFR Part 7 implements the other provisions, civil rights provisions I mentioned, and we're going to be focusing on Title VI, and so that's why I've highlighted that on this slide. So how does ECRCO enforce these laws? Well, we have a non-discretionary mandate to investigate and resolve external civil rights complaints filed with EPA. So through an administrative process, we accept complaints that are filed alleging that one of our financial assistance recipients has violated one of the civil rights laws. and then we investigate that pursuant to our process. We'll get into a little bit why somebody would file with us as opposed to in federal court or in some other forum. But in essence, because our relationship vis-a-vis these civil rights laws is by virtue of the financial assistance we provide our recipients, that gives us the authority to investigate. And so when you hear about civil rights complaints in the environmental context, oftentimes our authority only extends as far, well, all the time, it extends only as far as the financial assistance goes. So, for instance, the ultimate polluter is typically not covered by our civil rights laws because they're not the entity that's receiving EPA money. So the factory or the power plant or the landfill is ultimately not the one that we have legal authority over. We have authority over typically the state or local entity that regulates those facilities. We also enforce laws by developing policy. We have authority to conduct proactive compliance initiatives and reviews, and we provide technical assistance to recipients and outreach to communities. We do events like this as well, which is what we consider to be outreach. What's most notable about what our regulation requires, and is often, I think, a misunderstanding about how federal civil rights enforcement works, is that our reg says that we shall seek the cooperation of our recipients in securing compliance with our regulation, and we are available to provide help. So we're not just a heavy arm of oversight. We're also an organization which provides assistance to make sure that our recipients are complying with the federal civil rights laws, and we provide them with assistance in doing so. In addition, if complaints come through our door, the primary way of dealing with those complaints is to resolve them informally whenever possible. So sometimes you'll see in articles and other things the emphasis on how many findings did this federal civil rights agency issue. Well, ultimately, that's not how the regulation is set up. We do have the authority to enter findings, and we'll do so. However, the primary role is to attempt to resolve them, to bring our recipient agencies into compliance. And we do that through informal resolution processes, either through an informal resolution agreement or alternative dispute resolution. And so, that's ultimately where you will see the most resolution of cases fall under, is this informal resolution. So focusing a little bit on our regulation, and so 40 CFR section 7.30 sort of tracks Title VI, section 601, basically saying no person shall be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin under any program or activity receiving EPA assistance. And so, and then under 735B, this is often this sort of disparate impact or disparate effects standard, which says that a recipient shall not use criteria or methods of administering its program or activity which have the effect of subjecting individuals to discrimination or have the effect of defeating or substantially impairing accomplishments of the objectives of the program or activity. In addition, I think this is really important because it really preserves the integrity of the civil rights investigation process, is that there's a prohibition in our regulation on intimidating or retaliating. And so, to the extent there is an investigation or that there's somebody wants to bring forward a complaint or wants to participate in a process alleging discrimination, this provision basically says that in and of itself is a form of discrimination. It's intentional discrimination that is prohibited. So in addition to whatever sort of substantive claim might be brought regarding discrimination, this intimidation or retaliation provision is another prohibited sort of conduct. So regardless of whatever the veracity of the underlying claim is, if there's intimidation and retaliation, that is dealt with as a separate allegation and issue. Here's some other terms that are in our regulation. For our purposes, the recipient is any state or its political subdivision or instrumentality, etc., which is extended federal financial assistance directly or through another recipient, including any successor, assignee, transferee, but excluding the ultimate beneficiary of such assistance. So in essence, if we extend financial assistance to state X and their Department of Environmental Quality, and then they in turn take that assistance and then distribute it to municipalities for a clean water revolving fund or something like that, pursuant to some mechanism. The civil rights obligation follows the path of the assistance. So in that situation I just described, not only would the state DEQ be responsible for abiding by civil rights laws, but ultimately the state DEQ's responsibility to ensure that whoever it extends that subrecipient assistance to is also bound by the civil rights laws as well. And you can't contract that away. So by assigning it or transferring it, etc., so that once you've received that assistance, it remains with you. And then there's a definition of program or activity, which is in the definition of Title VI. It's all of the operations of any entity described, which is extended federal financial assistance. It's a department, agency, special purpose district, or other instrumentality of a state or local government. It could be a college, a university, or some other institution. Could be a corporation, partnership, or other private organization. It's just not limited to state agencies. EPA also gives money to universities, to other organizations that one might not think of. But that's ultimately very important in our jurisdictional determination, because if we don't have that financial assistance, we cannot proceed on an investigation alleging that an entity has violated the civil rights laws. So what is EPA assistance? Well, people often think of it in terms of grants, brownfield grant, or some sort of cleanup money, or air quality initiative money. But it could be not only a grant, but it could be any sort of cooperative agreement, a loan that's less than market rate, contract or guarantee, or any other agreement by which EPA provides or otherwise makes available assistance. And it could be providing EPA personnel, for instance, as well. I want to talk a little bit about what available resources we have at EPA. We're very proud of what we put together in the last few years. In 2017, we rolled out a number of deliverables. In particular, there's the case resolution manual. And the case resolution manual describes how we investigate complaints. It describes the process, basically from intake to resolution paths to enforcement. And so it's an all-encompassing sort of document. We are in the process of actually updating it right now. We've always posed these documents as living documents, meaning that we're always seeking to improve our resources, whether it just be in terms of communicating how we do things, or basically as we learn and we go along, we learn better ways to deal with it, with the investigative process. So at EPA in particular, there's a focus on continuous improvement. In fact, there is an office at EPA called the Office of Continuous Improvement. So regardless, we're not just sort of resting, we're reevaluating at all times. And we're doing that with our case resolution manual. And then also we released a document in 2017 at the beginning called the Toolkit, Civil Rights Compliance Toolkit, It was primarily directed at our recipient agencies, those who receive our financial assistance, because it describes how we apply the civil rights laws in an environmental context to investigations. So within that document, we've identified certain fact scenarios that you might encounter with respect to an environmental civil rights investigation. And then, so this document and the ones that follow are actually official guidance documents, which are on EPA's guidance portal. You'll see down the second to the last bullet down at the bottom is EPA's Office of General Counsel guidance documents. That link will lead you to everything that OGC has for guidance, and all of EPA similarly has their official guidance documents. Those are the ones that are outward facing, that are ones that EPA considers to be the actual guidance documents which we've issued, and are and so anything else is generally deemed to be rescinded or not in effect. The procedural safeguards checklist. This is something we put together to help our recipient organizations use a checklist to sort of self-audit as to whether or not they have an effective civil rights program in place. It contains both legal obligations as well as best practices. For instance, our regulation requires our recipient agencies, if they have 15 or more employees, they have to have a non-discrimination coordinator. If they have 15 or more employees, they have to have their own grievance procedures. All of our recipients have to have a notice of non-discrimination. In addition, we look to see whether they've done a limited English proficiency or a language access plan to provide meaningful access to individuals with limited English proficiency. We have on the checklist also is requirements pertaining to providing access to individuals with disabilities. In addition, there's public participation elements of the checklist, and this is, again, it's not something that determines whether one is in compliance or not, but it's a tool that we use, hearkening back to what I said earlier on, to provide assistance, to provide help to our recipients to ensure that they're meeting their civil rights obligations. But we will use this in every investigation when we have contact with our recipients, because regardless of what the complaint alleges, we are still going to make sure that our recipients are meeting these other foundational obligations to have in place these things, because these foundational obligations perform really the core for a successful civil rights program at the state and local level. And so it's a big point of emphasis with us. In addition, on there, you'll find our LEP guidance, which is from 2004. It basically mirrors the DOJ guidance on LEP, and I think virtually every other federal civil rights office has LEP guidance as well that is similar. So that's pretty much uniform across the federal government. And then sort of particular to us at EPA, we have something called public involvement guidance for Title VI permitting agencies is what it's called, but it's really broader than that. It's really broader than Title VI and permitting. It's really, EPA found that the genesis of a lot of civil rights complaints against our financial assistance recipients, against our state DEQs and our air quality boards, et cetera, sort of stem from this public participation issue of not being equitable and inclusive in the public involvement process, whether it's respect to permitting a new facility or discussing a new environmental regulation that they want the public's input on. Again, I mean, and this is so closely tied to the LEP issue, because we often hear from our communities that they are not receiving the same access as English-speaking counterparts when it comes to public participation. And so those two are heavily intertwined, public involvement and LEP. So in addition to the guidance portal, which I mentioned, other EPA resources are publicly available on our external Civil Rights Compliance Office new developments page. For instance, on there, you can see all of our resolutions. If we've entered into a resolution with state X, it's on there. The letter, the resolution agreement, the determination in essence will be on there, and it's listed chronologically with the most recent. All right, so now having provided that sort of foundational background, I'm going to walk into Title VI and language access in particular here, and where does that stem from? Well, Title VI itself states that no person in the U.S. shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. I think, you know, the important one of the important parts of that section is the first sentence, which says no person in the United States. It's not tied to residency or citizenship or anything. I know when DOJ gives this presentation, they break down these terms of Title VI pretty well, but so we're not looking to anything in particular with respect to citizenship or otherwise. That's not what's written into Title VI. But there you see that language about program or activity. So oftentimes EPA will give money to you know, a state DEQ, a particular program within state DEQ, maybe groundwater air quality initiative or something. Generally speaking, if once that comes into that program or activity, all of the activities of the state DEQ are generally covered. So once we have this sort of money flowing, we have the jurisdictional hook for looking at DEQ across its activities, which becomes important in looking at limited English proficiency in particular, because we're not just looking at the particular subcomponent that's getting the money. We're looking at all the activities of the state DEQ and making sure that they are providing meaningful access to all of their programs and activities. So race, color, or national origin, and again, this is Title VI only, right? I mentioned some other authorities, sex and Section 504 with disability. Sometimes people use Title VI as sort of an overarching, all-encompassing civil rights law, and it is a biggie, believe me. But you know, and these other civil rights laws were ultimately modeled under Title VI, and there's some cross-referencing and applicability when you're looking at legal opinions and things about cases decided under one and then applying to others. But Title VI specifically applies to race, color, national origin, and it also includes perceived race, color, or national origin. If an actor feels that that because of your appearance or your mannerisms or whatever, that you are perceived to be of a particular race, color, or national origin, and you're discriminated on for that reason, you know, that could be encompassed within Title VI prohibitions. And national origin in and of itself can include an individual's language, culture, ancestry, or other social characteristics. And so that's what we're going to hone in on today, which is national origin discrimination. This is where limited English proficiency and providing meaningful access to those individuals comes into play. Okay. The genesis of limited English proficiency and applying it to Title VI prohibitions on discrimination under national origin is the Supreme Court case in Lau versus Nichols in 1974. I guess I'll just provide a little background about this case, but this case involved a federal agency then known as Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, which is when the Department of Ed and HHS were one big agency, but they'd issued guidelines regarding the prohibition on race, color, national origin, And also they made them more specific, requiring school districts that were federally funded to alleviate any language access issues in order to provide open instruction to students who did not have English as their primary language. And so what happened in this case was that non-English speaking students of Chinese ancestry brought a class suit in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California against the officials of the San Francisco Unified School District, seeking relief under Title VI as well as Equal Protection Clause. They alleged unequal educational opportunities resulting from the failure to provide language access to English instructed classes, primarily English language classes. And so it went up on appeal, and the district court had denied relief to the plaintiffs, and then the Supreme Court affirmed. And so then the issue reached the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court concluded that the school system did violate Title VI under Section 601 of Title VI because it denied the students the opportunity to obtain the education that was received by other students, primarily English-speaking students in the school system, by not providing them with adequate access to these to the coursework. So in essence, going back to the definition, the students receive fewer educational benefits than their English-speaking counterparts. And so this is an example of a decision that comes down in the context of health, education, and welfare, now HHS and Department of Ed. But this is precedential across all federal cases in terms of providing language access. So if you're getting federal money under national origin discrimination under Title VI, you need to provide meaningful access to those with limited English proficiency, and that's seen as the landmark case in the Genesis, where this concept comes from under Title VI. So moving forward, that was in '74, but moving forward, it was determined that there need to be more focus on this in terms of federal government recipients. So DOJ provided LEP guidance to federal aid or to federal financial assistance recipients on June 18, 2002, and then directed other federal agencies to do the same, modeled off of DOJ's guidance. So in 2004, EPA issued its limited English proficiency guidance to recipients, and it was the guidance that was reflected on the earlier resource page that I showed you. So this guidance provides a general framework that EPA recipients may use to provide meaningful access to LEP individuals. We're going to look at language access terms now. Let's just try to understand this. This is important because you'll hear the term LEP, just stands for Limited English Proficient. Those are individuals who do not speak English as their primary language and have a limited ability to read, speak, write, or understand English. U.S. Census Bureau defines those individuals who speak English less than very well as Limited English Proficient, LEP. It's a very important term because when a recipient or even the federal government is trying to determine what mix of language access services it's going to provide, you often look at demographic data to see which types of languages your service community is utilizing, and it's not so much which languages are most prevalent, right? It's really which languages involve the communities that speak English less than very well. So you may, I'll just throw an example off the top of my head. Let's say you look into a particular community, and if I was doing a public participation hearing in that community, and I saw that, wow, there's really a lot of German speakers here in this community. Do I need to provide language access in German? But that's really not the ultimate question, right? It's, do those German speakers speak English less than very well? And is English their primary language or not? And do they have a limited ability to read, write, and understand English? So it's not so much just looking at demographic data and who identifies as speaking a particular language, but it's really digging a little bit deeper to identify who are, in essence, who are the individuals who are limited English proficient. And so when we talk about a language access program, again, this is one of the items that I was talking about our checklist earlier. It's one of the items that we ask our recipients to take a look at. What do you have in terms of a language access program? Well, this includes, your language access policies, your plans, and also procedures to ensure that there is effective communication with individuals with LEP. And then there's language assistance services. There's really two primary types, but people get them confused or use them interchangeably sometimes. Oral interpretation services and written translation services. And there's a difference between an interpreter and translator. Interpretation is the act of listening to something in one language and orally translating it into another language. And translation is the replacement of written text from one language into an equivalent written text in another language. So interpretation, we're talking about oral communication. Translation, we're talking about written. And I've used this term a couple times because it's the legal standard under Title VI. It's taking reasonable steps to provide meaningful access to individuals with limited English proficiency. Meaningful access means language assistance services, those that are described in the bullet above, that result in accurate, timely, and effective communication at no cost to the LEP individual. In other words, your obligation is to be timely, effective, and accurate, but also provide those services at no cost to the individual who's seeking them, so or who needs them. And so, the cost of the translator or the cost of the interpreter should not be passed on to the LEP individual. But ultimately, I think what's in bold is important. Effective communication is the goal. All right, so I mentioned this earlier as well, this LEP 4-factor analysis, because the questions ultimately come up, and believe me, we do a lot of interacting with our recipients, and we do a lot of interacting with them on this LEP issue, is like, how do I determine what I need to do? And so this is the 4-factor analysis is in federal guidance, and it's broken down much more specifically in the guidance. But in essence, it asks recipients to self-evaluate, to undergo this process, to then take that process, the results of that process, to determine how they're going to deliver language access services to meet the legal standard, which is to take reasonable steps to provide meaningful access. So let's walk through what these factors are. So while it's designed to be flexible and fact-dependent, this is usually the starting point. I mean, there's no legal requirement that a recipient has to do the 4-factor analysis. It's simply a way for a recipient to self-evaluate, to basically provide a mechanism to reach an assessment of whether or not they're meeting the reasonable standard, meeting the standard to provide meaningful access. And also, if, for instance, that somebody filed a complaint against that recipient for failure to do so, for failure to provide meaningful access, one of the things that we would ask in the course of an investigation is, have you undertaken an analysis, an LEP analysis, to determine, who you're providing, taking the reasonable steps to provide meaningful access to? And if they have done this, there's something certainly that they could show us in terms of how they've evaluated this. Because frankly, there's no sort of across the board way that you would apply a four-factor analysis in one context and apply it to another, because each state is different, each municipality is different. So the makeup of the communities are different. The individuals they're serving are different in every community. So it's up to each recipient to undertake this on their own. It's very difficult to take somebody else's analysis and then make it your own. I mean, you can do it in terms of format and templating, but ultimately the data that underlies that is going to be very specific to the service area and those who the recipient is encountering in the day-to-day operations of their business and operations. So the first factor is the number or proportion of LEP individuals encountered in the impacted population. So you're primarily looking at data, right? Who's in the community? And again, the focus on individuals with LEP and not just languages spoken. The frequency with which individuals with LEP come into contact with the particular program or activity. So how often are these encounters? Are they daily? Are they once a year? And again, that impacts the type of services that a recipient may determine to provide. The nature and importance of the program, activity, or service provided. The more important the program, activity, or services, I think the focus is going to be stronger on ensuring that meaningful access is provided. And we'll walk through each of these in more detail. And resources and costs. So this is sort of a, sometimes recipients like to rely upon this because they say, well, we don't have any money to do this. And believe me, money is always an issue at the government level, even at EPA. And EPA itself, although we're not bound by Title VI, we certainly like to walk the walk, and so walk the talk as well. So what we budget a certain amount of money at EPA when we're doing our own public participation, and all of EPA is able to access that pool of money to provide language access services. It's something that really needs to be anticipated and budgeted for. And so, as I mentioned earlier, these language access services need to be provided at no cost to the individual with LEP. So you can't pass that cost on to the individuals who need these services to access your programs and activities. So here's the breakdown of each of the four factors. There's the first bullet on here is really sort of what EPA did, but EPA's service area is nationwide, and so it's really not applicable to everybody else, a particular state or a particular municipality. But these were the languages that we identified early on as the ones that we encountered in our programs. And then the other thing that folks can do is not only rely on demographic data, but also in undergoing this analysis, you may look across the spectrum of all your programs and activities that you're doing, state DEQ, for instance, and are you cataloging, are you recording the interactions you're having? And so this can form this sort of past contact can provide a basis for determining which languages are most prevalent in your community in terms of limited English proficiency. The frequency is the second of the four factors. The more frequent the contact, the more likely that enhanced language services in that language are needed. The steps that are reasonable for a recipient that serves an LEP individual on a one-time basis are different than those expected from a recipient that serves individuals with LEP on a daily basis. And yeah, so the frequency may dictate the types of language services you're providing. I'll use an example. When I worked at HHS Office of Civil Rights, the recipients at HHS different than the recipients at EPA in some respects, because we dealt with hospitals and healthcare providers, as well as state departments of health and things. But hospitals were federal financial recipients through Medicare and Medicaid program, primarily. But if you went into a neighborhood hospital in Chicago, I'll use Chicago as an example because I worked there. There would be certain hospitals in hospitals in certain communities that might have prevalent Polish-speaking community, and anybody that knows Chicago knows that is a prevalent language encounter in Chicago. And hospitals would determine, for instance, that we had so many encounters with people who spoke Polish as their primary language that they needed to have on staff Polish interpreters, at least for the majority of the day or in the majority of contexts. Whereas maybe their other language encounters were less frequent, and so then they would use some other sort of language assistance to meet that need. For instance, have a language line or have on staff bilingual interpreters who might be able to interpret in Spanish, for instance, in addition to their Polish interpreter. So, I mean, the reasons these decisions are made is that fourth factor, which we get to, which is resources and costs, is trying to how to best take all this information about the frequency of contacts, the number or proportion, and then making decisions about how you're providing language access. Again, ultimately to meet the legal standard, which is to take reasonable steps to provide meaningful access. And so that's in essence it goes to the second bullet. So if less frequent contact, you may, not have a need to have an on-site interpreter. You maybe can meet that need some other way through a language line or through on-site bilingual staff. The third factor is the nature and importance of the program or activity or service provided by EPA's recipients. The more important the activity, the greater the possible consequences to the LEP individual, and the more likely then that language assistance services are needed. If the type of information being shared has the potential of health or life-threatening implications for the service area, that can serve as a strong evidence of the program's importance and the need to provide language assistance services, including in the way that you do that. How are you going to deliver those services? And then I guess back here, the nature and importance. EPA does a lot of work, for instance, when disaster strikes, hurricanes, Flint water crisis. When we're on the ground, we need to know who we're communicating with or attempting to deliver life-saving information to, whether it's about drinking water or disaster relief, whatever. So this is an example of the nature and importance here is extremely high, that we're going to need to have we're going to need to utilize all our resources in terms of live interpretation and translation and things of that nature to help meet those needs. Resources and costs. Again, there's no exact science to this, and this is one of the big areas that we work with our recipients on in terms of like how am I going to meet my obligations? I can't afford this. I have very limited budget. This is where we can really help our recipients understand how they can meet their legal obligations and delivering effective communication to individuals with LEP. So, it's very important to sort of plan this in advance in terms of budgeting for the recipients to make sure that they factor this in. And then, of course, as year over year, you learn, of course, based experientially on your encounters and where these resources should be devoted, how much to devote. And anticipate future needs, things and things along that line. But certainly, recipients can be creative. For instance, if you have a local air board and they have a relationship with the state DEQ, maybe there's some sharing mechanism that can occur, both in terms of maybe personnel or resources. Think about sharing, splitting costs of telephonic and video conference interpretation, pooling resources with a local university, utilizing community resources. I think this is also where it's really important for our EPA financial assistance recipients to know that one of the best resources for determining how to deliver language access services is to communicate directly with the communities that are affected and to work with local advocacy groups and communities to help deliver those services. That way there's an understanding of needs, expectations, obligations. There can be candid discussion about resources and how best to deliver these services. Most often, civil rights complaints, there is some element of communication breakdown between a community group or individuals and the recipient, and this is an excellent opportunity for communities and financial assistance recipients to come together to determine the best way to meet needs of that community. It's really a benefit for everyone. The recipient in particular, wants to be able to serve the community that it represents, and providing language access is not an extra. It's not like it's not something beyond the baseline. It is the baseline. It's taking reasonable steps to provide meaningful access, to provide equal access to the recipient's programs and activities, and that's really where the conversation needs to begin. It's not something that is extra. I'm doing this because the federal government's making me do it. It is a legal obligation because our country is determined that this is part of our law and our fabric of our society. Again, here's some ideas about providing resources and personnel, and so a lot of recipient programs and activities. They have language resources within their own organization, and they can cultivate those to use for varying degrees of interpretation and translation. It's very important, we'll talk about this, I think, in another slide here, but it's very important that people who are communicating effectively and in the language, in the dialect of the community. They're also that they can understand specific terms of art that they're using when they're communicating, both in terms of providing the interpretation into the language of the individual with LEP, but also in sort of turning that information back around to English to get the information. So that's early on we talked about providing effective communication, and so and one of those elements is being accurate, and this is especially important in the environmental context, because we use a lot of acronyms, terms of art. There's scientific terms, there are chemicals involved, and we have to figure out the best way to deliver that information. So selecting language assistance services, again, this is sort of just building on what we talked about earlier as the two main ways of providing language assistance. But I'm segueing from what I just said. The quality and accuracy of the language service is critical to avoid serious consequences to the LEP person and to the recipient. So I mean, I'll use an HHS example, for instance. I mean, certainly in a hospital setting, when you're giving somebody significant discharge instructions relating to a serious health concern, you're going to make sure that that information is relayed accurately. Similarly, if you're in an emergency room setting and somebody's complaining about a head injury, you want to know what they're saying. What is it that they're complaining about? And that's not the time to have sort of less than adequate interpretation of that concern. In the EPA context, we talk about the information that in Michigan we had to deliver on lead in the drinking water. I mean, and making sure that people could get clean water. That is paramount. So this is where we really have to think about this, is not just providing information in a particular language, but this is critical information. So the care and attention that you would use in providing that information in English needs to be given to providing it in another language to those who have limited English proficiency. So we must ensure that the interpreter has knowledge in both languages of any specialized terms or concepts. Very important. And as I mentioned, this is critical for EPA's work and for environmental work in general. And then you have to figure about there's different ways of providing interpretation. Is there the sort of consecutive interpretation where somebody speaks in one language and they speak in another, or is there a simultaneous interpretation? For instance, this is a methodology that's often used. Well, you would see this at like if you saw on TV and at the UN or something like that, where people have headsets and they can hear the language as it's delivered. But we do that at public hearings as well. And then there's times when summarization is important or can be utilized as well to deliver especially large quantities of information. And so it's important to note that just because you're an interpreter doesn't necessarily mean you're a translator. Translators of written documents should be competent, and many of the same considerations apply. And you have to know specialized language, specialized terms and concepts, etc. But the skill is different. Competence of translations can often be ensured by having a second independent translator check the work of the primary translator. Yeah, I want to spend a moment on this. The issue of electronic translation services. For instance, if you go to most web pages today, if you go to a state agency web page, they're likely going to have a way of translating that page in whole into a particular language. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. I think the important thing is to give people information. However, let's think back to what I said earlier, and to ensure that any information that is provided is accurate. So I would caution against simply using a web translation service without having any sort of check, as mentioned in the bullet above, to check that the translation is accurate, especially with respect to things like information dealing with health and safety and rights and obligations. Things of that nature, very important information. Again, the importance of the information. So it's a useful tool. However, it's difficult for us to say just to be able to rely upon that, because again, we have to think about accuracy. And we have many practical examples where web translations have not been accurate. Just simply like in the definition of Title VI, race, color, national origin. We've seen the term race, instead of in Spanish being translated into raza, it'd be translated into carrera, which is a different sort of race. And I think we've seen anecdotally, maybe some of us have, that what happens when I put a certain phrase or word into a language in Google Translate and then I translate it back, what do I end up with, sort of thing. So it's really important. While it's convenient and it is a way to deliver a lot of information on a web page at relatively lower cost, the ultimate concern is to make sure that the information translated is accurate. So we're still continuing on with translations. The languages that, what document should I translate into other languages? And again, ultimately, this is a decision of the particular recipient. We don't have some large checklist that everybody needs to adhere to, because again, everybody's information delivery is different and the types of information they're providing. But you're going to want to translate, in essence, what are known as vital documents. And then again, think about the frequency of encounters and determining what you're going to translate. And there might be a difference, for instance, in documents that you translate as a matter of course, as opposed to those that are specifically requested to be translated because there's a particular need as opposed to a generally anticipated need. And so one thing that your 4-factor analysis is going to do is it's going to help you identify what those vital documents are, and you can start to compile the list of things that you might be translating and into what languages. And there may be some sort of hierarchy of documents that you may look at. So whether or not a document is vital, it may depend on the importance of the program. Again, hearkening back to our 4 factors. You see how this plays into the whole theme here. And so, yeah, and again, no science here. It's simply making determinations based on the familiarity of your own program and your interactions with your community. And again, this is an opportunity for our recipients to reach out to community groups in terms of the types of information they're requesting. One of the complaints that we receive is that, well, the information that we get and it's translated is so dense that not even, no one can understand it, right? And so is there a way to sort of either plain English or plain Spanish or whatever language, put that information in so people can understand it? Because ultimately, if you want to comment on something at a public participation hearing, if you have such a dense document that no one can understand, you're not able to ask effective questions about how this environmental decision is impacting your life and your community. Here are some examples which generally these are taken from our guidance, but these are the types of documents that could be deemed vital. Again, it's not a be all and end all, but it's something that you can use to sort of understand what might be vital. Consent and complaint forms, for instance, in our arena, you go to an environmental website from a state Department of Environmental Quality, and there might be a method for filing an environmental complaint regarding emissions or something that's going on. Certainly, that information is vital for people to be able to report, and so that information should be accessible in languages that the recipient is determined it needs to provide that information in. Intake forms, written notices of rights, loss or benefits, etc. Disciplinary actions, outcomes of investigations, environmental orders and determinations, notices of advising people of free language assistance. Now, this seems pretty logical, but if you don't know you have the right to get it, certainly that's going to be of no use to you. So that's the type of information that should be translated as well. And so on. You can see the list. Certainly, we always view things involving health, safety, rights, and obligations as important. And so with that, that's the end of my program. I've left some time for questions, either about Title VI or language access. I'm happy to answer any questions. Carolyn, I
Okay.
can't hear you were on mute.
Yeah, got that button situated. Okay, great presentation. We've got lots of questions. Hope you're ready for them. We're going to start with the first question, which is from Anna Bunting, who says, as the state of Michigan works to bolster our non-discrimination and LEP training, we are looking for interactive and engaging training materials, videos, activities, etc. Are there any resources you can recommend?
Well, we don't get into the business of recommending in particular because that's really not our role as government. But certainly, if it's you can reach out to us directly or any other federal authority that you receive assistance from to get that information. But there's also a good resource called lep.gov, which is housed by the, I think, Department of Justice, sort of curates that site. There's might be some resources on there that are available. But if somebody wants to have an offline conversation with me, I'm happy to talk about that. But we can't obviously recommend any private deliverer of those services. So
Not endorsed, we understand. So we appreciate you though making yourself available. This next question comes from Kara Dolan, and Kara asks, did the US Census American Community Survey change and are no longer collecting information on those in households that speak English less than very well? If so, how do states find the most current information?
yeah, I don't know if that's the case or not. I will have to check and verify that. I do have people in my office that can answer that question. One of my colleagues who runs the EPA contract certainly knows that. I'll see if I can find that out. If you want to shoot me an email, I can follow up with you. It's
Okay,
pretty.
you know what we can do? We're going to go on a lunch break after your presentation. So if you're able to get an answer and you want to come back and stick it in the question section, I will share it with everyone since everyone has heard the question.
Sure, but I'll share my EPA email in case somebody wants to write to me. It's Temple, it's TEMPLE, like a church, temple.kurt@epa.gov. So it's very simple, last name first with a dot in the middle and at epa.gov.
Okay, let's take another question. This is Tamberly Conway. And the question is, does EPA work closely with other federal agencies such as USFS and other USDA programs that also offer these LEP services? There may be excellent overlapping resource opportunities.
Oh, certainly. We work closely with other federal agencies. And you know, when I'm talking about when I'm talking about language access from an EPA perspective, I think most of what I'm saying applies across the board at other federal agencies. And so a recipient's obligations flow, as I mentioned, from the money stream. Also, many times we will get a complaint in our office that will involve multiple federal agencies because the entity may be receiving money from DOT, for instance, or EPA, or Ag and EPA. And so we're able to cross-reference with one another. And certainly there's a federal, this program itself today is part of the interagency coordination effort. And so the federal government runs interagency programs for the federal partners to get together to share ideas and to advance LEP in particular.
Okay, appreciate the response. And then the last question we have, it's more of a comment. It was actually coming from Caitlin Hudson, who said, great job, Mr. Temple. Appreciate it. And there was a question about how to get a copy of the PowerPoint. I know that you have shared your email, and I was also going to share the housekeeping information that the copies of all the presentations will be on the website, not immediately, but they will be on the website for you to access as well. But again, I know you shared your email address, and you seem certainly open to the people reaching out outside of this forum.
Yeah, I am. Because I think we should be accessible to everyone in this process because I think it benefits everyone. But the presentation itself, I submitted it to the program. If the program is publishing, it's going to be available there. So you can utilize that presentation.
Okay, Very good. Well, we're out of questions and we still have a little bit of time. I guess I would ask you just for kind of final thoughts as we summarize this, and then we will be breaking until our next session, which is at 1 o'clock. But any closing thoughts as we are signing off?
Yeah, I think especially as we're operating in these unique times where we're delivering presentations remotely, and where EPA in particular has been delivering a lot of information in context that it hasn't been delivering information before, we certainly in our office have been getting lots of requests, or requests are being run by our office to ensure that our agency is providing information in other languages than English. So it's an important part of our delivery, and it's an important part of our messaging and our obligation within EPA to ensure that EPA itself is doing what it needs to do. And so oftentimes when you're doing your work or your business and you're not intrinsically involved in this, or civil rights is not something that passes across your desk on a daily basis, it's very helpful to think about this. How is whatever I'm delivering today, how's that going to impact those who are receiving it? And am I leaving somebody out, or potentially leaving somebody out? And so just put those questions in your mind. In addition, if you are one who's receiving this information, and are you thinking about your colleagues and others, and is there an opportunity for you to engage a government organization and say, it would be really nice to get this information in languages that people can access, because this is going to all communities, not just English-speaking communities.
Absolutely. I refreshed and I've got a couple more questions for you, and we've got time. You ready?
Yep.
All right. This question is from Katie Cruz. It says, are there standards to use when ensuring that a company or bilingual staff member are qualified or certified to provide translation and interpretation?
I think there are. We don't do that. And so I recognize the name Katie Cruz. But there is competency, and there are accreditation services and things of that nature. We certainly don't do that. Ultimately, we focus on the legal standard, reasonable steps to provide meaningful access, and then making sure ensure the accuracy of the communication. So there are many ways of doing that. Okay, and so it's not something that if there's a complaint filed with us, that we're going to say, did you use XYZ accrediting agency? We're going to look to see whether the information delivered is actually effective communication under a legal standard.
Curious, do you guys have any kind of list of translation services that
No.
EPA uses? Okay, no. All right. So that answers the second part of
Katie's
question.
We have a contractor that we use, but that's not something I can share publicly. So, but that's always an issue with us, okay, is making sure that we get feedback from events we're involved in. And part of that feedback loop is speaking with those who understand the language being translated, and was it done accurately and effectively. And we've gotten negative feedback before, and that has determined how we proceed going forward.
Okay. Next question comes from Tamberly Conway, and the question is, thank you for pointing out the issues with electronic translation services. Offering poorly translated materials will likely be seen as disrespectful, and you just hinted towards that just a moment there, that you get that feedback.
Yes. It's been a discussion among federal partners as well, because people see it as cost effective, but ultimately cost effective doesn't dictate effective communication. So that's ultimately what you're striving for, not just putting a bunch of stuff out there. If it doesn't get people the information they need, it's not really helping anyone.
Okay. The next question is from Deirdre McGee. She says, what about 508 compliancy regarding accessibility, as well as web translation services from English to other languages for our federal websites to reach those who might be abroad?
Yeah, I mean, that's a federal requirement, right? So I know that we deliver a lot of web content with our office, and certainly that's a process we run through to make sure that it's accessible to individuals with disabilities, to make sure that we've got translated material on there as well. I should note that our EPA regulation, which covers our recipients, those who receive EPA money, says that there's an obligation, for instance, to put the notice of non-discrimination on the web page in a way that not only reaches people with other languages, but also makes sure that individuals with disabilities can meaningfully access that as well. So that's certainly something that falls into place. It's not something that our office enforces, but it's something we're cognizant of and adhered to.
Very good. That was the last of our questions. I'm going to refresh just one last time, but your information has just been point on. We appreciate that. We appreciate our audience submitting the questions as well. It looks like Carmelo Melendez has squeezed in a question here that says, is reasonable access limited just to language translation, or should it include technical translators who can help underserved communities to understand the convoluted language in environmental documents leading to actions?
I think I was kind of getting at that, right? Again, what does meaningful access mean? That's the language from the legal standard, and those who are lawyers know that there's these terms of art in law, the reasonable person or whatever, and so it's ultimately up to law to sort of develop what that is. The legal standard here is meaningful access, which means effective communication. And again, I think we've heard practical feedback from community groups that environmental documents in particular, if they're just translated into scientific language, are they going to, number one, effectively communicate, but let's take it to the next step. Are people going to be able to utilize that information to be able to provide meaningful public participation at a hearing, for instance, or to provide comments on a pending permit? So, I think that falls into the equation of, are you providing meaningful access if you're not providing anything, providing a document that folks can ultimately understand?
Very good. Well, again, we appreciate all of you, the information you've shared with us today. You're entertaining the series of questions that we've had and sharing your contact information as well. We thank you for participating, coming back to the conference again.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're signing off at least until 1 o'clock. I got a little coughing spell here, but we'll be back after the lunch break at 1 o'clock to continue our conference.
Bye.
Enjoy your lunch. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is the 2-minute warning before the start of our 1 o'clock session. Our 1 o'clock session will go from 1 p.m. until 2:30 p.m. I'm told that all of our panelists are here and ready to go. I want to remind you just of a few housekeeping matters. You can go to the website to access and download the program booklet, so you'll have a full view of the schedule for the remainder of the day. This is day 2 of the 2020 National Environmental Justice Conference and Training Program. We're so happy that you are with us. We also want you to know that during the course of the presentations, we invite you to submit questions. And if you saw our last presentation, we had a number of questions, and we will simply field those to the presenters so that they can answer them. We've built in time and to the schedule to allow for the answering of questions. So we strongly encourage you to place your question in the question section over on your GoToWebinar control panel, and we will of course make sure that the panel members receive the questions and can answer those. Other housekeeping notes, after this 1 o'clock session, our next session, we'll have a break between this one and the next of 2:30 to 3, give you a chance to stretch, return some phone calls, and we'll be back at 3 from 3 to 4:30 with our final panel. But we also want you to stick around. We invite you to stick around for the closing remarks and the Environmental Justice Awards presentation. You, of course, don't want to miss that this afternoon. So I'm looking at my clock, and I show that it is 59 on its way to turning 1 o'clock, but this is a great point to begin the introduction of this training program, which will again go from 1 p.m. until 2:30. This is the workshop on environmental justice and NEPA methods. The purpose of this workshop is to increase understanding of opportunities to advance consideration of environmental justice in the NEPA review process. And the workshop is really designed to foster collaboration among the federal family and the public. And I think you'll see a lot of that as you see and meet our presenters. So without any further ado, let me go ahead and introduce to you the members of the panel today. Please welcome Denise Freeman. She is the co-chair of the NEPA committee of the EJIWG. She's a senior advisor, Environmental Justice Program Office of Legacy Management at the U.S. Department of Energy. Denise, I see you're up on the board. If you can open your camera and come on in, that'll be awesome, and we can go ahead and prepare to get started. As Denise is coming forward, let me introduce the other panel members. Elizabeth Poole is the NEPA committee of the EJIWG. There Denise is. Hi, Denise. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Thank
Nice
you.
to see you. Elizabeth Poole is the next member of this panel. She is an environmental scientist at the U.S. Department or U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and that's in Region 5 that she's coming to us. Again, she's also on the committee of the EJIWG. We welcome Elizabeth Poole to this discussion today. And then B. Susie Rawl is the immediate past co-chair of the NEPA committee of the EJIWG. She is a senior research scientist in the Elevate Policy Lab and an assistant clinical professor for at the Yale Child Study Center. And welcome Susie Rawl to this discussion as well. Again, I see all of my panelists there. We're just going to pull them in shortly. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce Jackie Anna Marino, who is from the Ohio Department of Transportation, where she is the NEPA Public Involvement Coordinator. And so Jackie will be joining us as well on the panel discussion for today. Ladies, welcome to everyone. We're happy to have you. Look forward to hearing your information. And with that, I will slide out and turn it over to you, Denise. Have a good panel.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'll bring you greetings from the NEPA committee of the Federal Interagency Working Group on Environmental Justice, where I serve as co-chair, and from the Department of Energy. I'm so very happy actually to be here with you with a rock star panel to provide you with our annual, I'll call it annual, NEPA and EJ workshop. And our overarching theme this year is public engagement with EJ communities in our new normal space. Next slide, please. So as promised, you can see them here. Here's my Rockstar panel. And I'm very proud to say that this panel is a wonderful collaboration of both federal and state government, as well as academia, and from across the country, DC, Chicago, Ohio, and Connecticut. And in the way of further introductions, you can see their titles and their accolades. But I just want to say that my colleagues are well qualified, but more importantly, they have a passion for the important work of promoting awareness and finding real solutions to address the needs of EJ communities. Because they believe, like I do, that it's important for EJ populations to have the opportunity to participate meaningfully in environmental decision-making that may have the potential for disproportionately high and adverse effects upon them and their communities. And we really can't stress this even more now during the pandemic. Next slide. Now here's the roadmap for our workshop. I'm going to get us started by giving a very brief overview of NEPA and EJ with a special emphasis on meaningful public engagement. And then I'll turn it over to Elizabeth Poole of EPA Region 5, who's going to give you some highlights of our NEPA Promising Practices Report, which is one of our NEPA committee tools. Then I'm going to turn it over to Jackie Areno from the Ohio Department of Transportation. And she's going to share some best practices and lessons learned from ODOT's outreach efforts to EJ communities during the pandemic. And last, but certainly not least, our bookend is going to be Susie Rule, former co-chair of the NEPA committee, who's now a research scientist at Yale University School of Medicine. And she'll be discussing the topic NEPA Now, 50 years of lessons learned, and of particular interest will be her discussion on a special EJ population, mothers and children. And then we'll end with some Q's and A's, and how we'll handle that is I'm going to open it up and ask the panelists a few questions, particularly around areas they may not been able to cover in their discussions. And then we're going to interact and check back with Carolyn and turn it over to her and allow her to field some questions from the audience. Next slide. So as mentioned previously, the overall purpose of the workshop is to increase understanding of opportunities to advance the consideration of EJ in the NEPA review process, with a special emphasis to amplify the importance of meaningful engagement and involvement with EJ communities, particularly now during social distancing due to the pandemic. And lastly, with a goal to provide you with a better understanding of the interconnection between NEPA, EJ communities, current health, environmental, and economic challenges that are facing our nation today from the pandemic. Next slide. So what is the role of the NEPA committee? The NEPA committee itself was created as a result of the signing of a memorandum of understanding in August 2011 that occurred by the signing of 16 federal agency cabinet level officials and the Council on Environmental Quality. And one of the specific areas of focus was NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. And so as a result, in 2012, the EJIWG established the NEPA committee. Now, the goal of the NEPA committee was then in 2012 and still is today in 2012 and still is today in 2020. Let me be clear about that. Is to improve the effective, efficient, and consistent consideration of EJ issues in the NEPA review process through the sharing of best practices, lessons learned, research, analysis, training, consultation, and other experiences of federal NEPA practitioners. And to advance the goal of the NEPA committee, we produced several products: a national training product, a community guide on EJ tools, EJ methods, but the one you'll hear about today from Elizabeth is the Promising Practices Report. Next slide. So 50 years of NEPA. NEPA then in 1970 and NEPA now in 2020 is still intended to produce informed decision-making. Federal agencies must identify and explain the effects of their proposed actions. They must look before they leap. NEPA does not require that an agency ultimately select the outcome with the least environmental impacts, but it does require that an agency fully explain to the public the impacts, the trade-offs, and commitment of resources resulting from the final decision, as well as the reasons for selecting the alternative it chose. At its best, NEPA supports a participatory process engaging communities' wisdom, knowledge, and ideas to improve federal decision-making. That's an ongoing theme you're going to hear. Next slide. Now, EJ as it relates to NEPA. Now, we know that EJ means the fair and equal treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, ethnicity, culture, income, or educational level with respect to development and so on. While the EJ Executive Order 12898 says each federal agency shall make achieving environmental justice part of its mission by identifying and addressing as appropriate disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects of its programs, policies, and activities on minority populations and low-income populations. And so the key takeaway here is that EJ is about procedural justice, that's meaningful involvement, and distributive justice, that's fair treatment, which are both at the heart of NEPA. And then, why is this so very important? It's important because for far too long, low-income populations, tribal and indigenous communities, and communities of color have been shut out of the decision-making process and left without the tools to fight back when big corporations set up shop in their backyards. Next slide. So the path to successful decision-making during the NEPA process requires several steps, and I'll just mention a few. But among them, first, NEPA, you need to know this, that NEPA does not assume that federal agencies begin with all the information they will need to even make a good decision. They require agencies to engage in active consultation and meaningful engagement with communities and individuals throughout the environmental review process, including assessment of potential environmental impacts, identification of reasonable alternatives to the proposed action, how to offset or reduce undesirable impacts, and plans for considering mitigation and monitoring. Next slide. Meaningful engagement. Well, I've been talking about it a lot. So what does it really mean? It's a process that allows a federal agency to build ongoing relationships with the community while building trust. Meaningful engagement is simply a two-way street. Public outreach, informing the community, and public participation, involving the community in project discussions and then getting their input. Next slide. So now this brings me to my closing thought, but probably my most important thought of all, meeting EJ communities where they are. And what does that mean? Well, for me, it means we need to start thinking real people, real impacts, and using the bottom-up approach. Now, what does it look like? Well, for EJ communities, it looks like this. Opportunities to participate in agency decision-making. You're going to hear this theme. The ability to influence agency decision-making. EJ community concerns are taken seriously. EJ communities are educated about the potential impacts of agency decisions. Early engagement with potentially affected EJ communities, and along with that, consistent engagement with potentially affected EJ communities. Now, language accessibility, varied meeting styles, which you'll hear a lot about later, accessible facilities, both electric and non-electric communication, and when appropriate, forming committees composed of potentially affected EJ communities. So in closing, remember this, informed decisions will render the best decisions. Next slide. That's my contact information, and now I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Elizabeth Poole, and I'm in the Chicago office of EPA. And I'm going to talk about the details of promising practices, which hopefully everyone has at least heard of. So you can go to the next slide. So very briefly, I'm going to sort of talk about the relationship between EJ and NEPA, and then go into some of the specifics of promising practices, and then give a brief mention of some other tools and resources which we think are particularly helpful in the NEPA process. Next slide. All right, the assumption is that most folks on this call at least know a little bit about NEPA, or on this webinar know a little bit about NEPA, so I'm not gonna sort of I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail here, but I just wanted to outline some of the common themes between the two. So of course they both promote healthy and sustainable communities, and ensure that everyone is treated equitably. Both, you know, inform the decision-making process, and of course we're looking at the identification of adverse impacts, a determination of significance, and then of course avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating any impacts. We also like to see benefits and burdens analysis, sort of comparing and weighing the two. And then of course, EJ is considered in all NEPA decision, whether it's a record of decision, FONSI, or a CADX. I think that here I'm going to probably mention what everyone is thinking about, and that there are new revised NEPA regulations. And so promising practices right now that you can find on the internet has not been updated to reflect those updates, but that is something we are working on in the next year or so. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. All right, so promising practices. First things first, where can you find it? The easiest thing is to Google it. Promising practices, EJ, NEPA are some good keywords, and it'll pop right up. I think right below it, you'll probably find the Communities Guide, which is a companion report from the NEPA committee. So the NEPA committee authored promising practices, and as Denise sort of outlined, I won't repeat, but our purpose was to improve efficient, effective, and consistent consideration of environmental justice, and then share those promising practices, and of course provide cross-agency training and learning. So it does build on existing NEPA guidance and practice. It represents many, many, many years of professional knowledge and expertise, and captures some of that thoughtful deliberation, collective thinking amongst agencies, and allows for comparison and improvement. What it does not establish new requirements for NEPA analyses, and it is not formal agency capital G guidance, and does not create new rights or benefits for any person, group, or individuals. And you know, every agency has their own policies and procedures when it comes to both NEPA and EJ, and so you should follow those if you are from that agency. I would say they sort of supersede what is reflected in promising practices. All right, next slide, please. So here are the chapters of, or the sections of promising practices, and this is the order in which you'll find them in the document. However, you can see this sort of beehive of arrows pointing from one section to the next. And the idea here is that it's iterative and adaptive, just like the NEPA process, and that just because there's an idea in the affected environment section doesn't mean it doesn't also apply to somewhere else. It'll refer back and forward to each other, so you should really look at it as a whole document and not sort of a checkbox that you're going through the document in order. So each section includes some guiding principles and specific steps. There are multiple methodologies within most sections. And you know, it's a really non-linear document, so you should treat it that way. And it's iterative, and think of it as the sort of living document that you're going back and forth in throughout the document. So I'm going to go through some highlights of some of the sections, not going to go through all the details, but some of the things that sort of stood out to a lot of folks. And I'm also not going to go in the order of promising practices, sort of keeping in the spirit of how you should be using the document. All right, next slide, please. All right, so some foundational sections of promising practices. We'll start with meaningful engagement, which is a little bit of the theme of this webinar. And it is first in promising practices, but that doesn't mean you get to be done with engagement early. You don't get to do it at the beginning and then stop. It should be done early and ongoing and often. We're encouraging adaptive and flexible, innovative approaches. You know, things like hiring community members to serve as advisors or liaisons. Think about outreach to different segments of the population. You know, I think a lot of people just think like, oh, just whoever lives here might be impacted, but you know, think about you know, you might need to outreach to transit riders, but not all transit riders are the same. There might be low-income transit riders, commuting transit riders, elderly transit riders. Everybody's using transit differently. And so you need to think about that and how you're sort of reaching out to transit riders for your transit project. Something else we really liked and highlighted in this section is about NEPA 101 training for stakeholders, because a lot of folks have never even heard of NEPA when you start engaging them on infrastructure projects. And so sometimes they might need sort of a walkthrough about what's going to happen in the process and sort of outline expectations, sort of set the stage for what type of information they might see. And then, you know, each agency, we're finding in sort of all e-world now, all virtual world, each agency is allowed to use certain platforms. So just because your agency can use Teams doesn't mean that another agency can. They maybe can only host something on Zoom. So that's something that you should think about earlier rather than later, and finding out that you're not able to use the right digital platform. All right, so the next section is about scoping. And here we're talking about identifying both methodologies and potentially required data sources. So for instance, consider whether, you know, it might be meaningful to have more than one project boundary to sort of capture all those types of different resources. So your air shed is different than your view shed, which is different than your watershed. Those are all different. People are going to interact with those resources much differently. During scoping, you know, you might have to consider how those separate methodologies might impact each one of those resource areas. And then helping to determine which data sources are most helpful. You know, we're always saying don't discount community level data sources or cultural knowledge in addition to some of those like traditional data sources, government, academic, whatever. So sort of consider maybe something local like school lunch information. How many kids in the area qualify for school lunch, which might mean that indicates how many low-income families are in the area. And then the last sort of foundational section is defining the affected environment. And here we're talking about describing the appropriate range and unit of analysis, including extent, type, and duration, whether impacts are direct or reasonably foreseeable, that sort of thing. And then how some of that data interpretation, which should include community input, just because you think you know how a community might use a resource doesn't mean that's actually how they use the resource. And when we're talking about that, we're talking about potential use of ecological, aesthetic, historical, cultural, economic, health considerations, social resources, all of those things, and all those different ways that people might use that resource or interact with that resource. You know, think about unique considerations or exposure pathways, those routes through which the population might come in contact with some of the potential impacts as a result of the project. So then I'm just going to briefly talk about the example on the side of the slide. This was a proposed highway project, and the idea here is that after scoping, the project team sort of understood one suite of impacts, but then as they started working with the community and meaningfully engaging with the community, they realized that maybe it was some of those, you know, non-traditional things that we think of air and water as the impacts, but it was actually about community cohesion and bike and pedestrian safety. There are all these other things that they wouldn't have gleaned had they not really done purposeful, meaningful engagement. All right, next section or next slide. So this slide talks about identification of populations, and the first is about identifying minority populations. The second is about identifying low-income populations. Both include some math and discussions about topics and data selection, and a little bit of, you know, a lot of math talk. So you can look into the details here, but I'm just going to briefly describe the major methodologies, and you can look into the details of section 5 and 6 for more information. So under minority populations, there are two described methodologies in this section. The first is the no threshold analysis, which is often used by FTA, and this attempts to identify all minority populations within a given geographic area, no matter their size. So the focus here is more on the impact rather than the size of the population. And then the second is the 50% or meaningfully greater analyses, which are done together. And they seek to be sensitive to situations where maybe there's a majority of minority populations, and it also uses a reference population. And I think there's a really good discussion of reference population in this section for those interested. In the low income population section, the discussion here I think is pretty interesting because it talks about using several different data sources. So like your definition might be individuals below poverty, households below poverty, which are two different data sources, right? Or families with children below poverty. So, you know, consider the data source, consider using a combination, consider local data, like we talked about a slide or two ago about using, you know, families with children children who qualify for school lunch data, something local. There are two methodologies presented in this section too, but I won't describe them. I recommend going to section 6 and reading about that. So I think a discussion in this section that's helpful is about if the lead agency determines that your community is not an environmental justice community. So meaning maybe you've self-identified as a community living with environmental justice concerns. So maybe some of the things that you could do to talk to the agency about having them sort of think about your unique situation, your potential vulnerabilities, ask the agency for a really clear outline of the data sources and methodologies they've used, suggest alternative data sources if you know of something that might be more appropriate, suggest those actual exposure pathways that would justify expanding that analysis to include your community or a specific population that you're aware of. So I think that's a good discussion in that section. All right, next slide, please. So I hope everyone enjoys our heart image. It's the favorite image among the NEPA committee slides. So the alternatives analysis is the heart of the NEPA document, right? I think here we're looking at sort of how EJ might be influenced by these sort of different squares around the heart, rectangles around the heart, and how you might adjust the alternatives to reflect those potential EJ concerns. So, you know, changing the range of alternatives, reducing impacts to the EJ community, reducing the project footprint, changing the location, etc. So these are all the things that we can do to sort of think about how the alternative might be addressed in relationship to the environmental justice community. And then so the next section about impact analysis, you know, scoping has sort of framed out this section, and here you're filling in more details, more information with additional data, evidence, whatever, to make a real assessment about potential impacts to the community. There's a discussion here about, you know, sort of nationwide data sets like census and ACS, but, you know, don't forget about state and local data, county level health data, anything that you can find that might be appropriate. And of course, many states supplement national level data. So like historic properties might be supplemented locally. So think about where you might find some of that information. And then of course, consider potential health impacts, some of those social determinants of health that might influence both the exposure pathways and the resultant health outcomes. You know, consider where there social determinants of health, for those who are not familiar with that phrase, and I'm sure Susie will talk more about this, but those are some of those economic and social considerations that might influence health and might change or be exacerbated by the proposed project. And then the next section I'll talk about is disproportionately high and adverse impacts. I think some of the helpful terms and phrases in this section include context and intensity, significance, appreciably exceeds, predominantly borne by some of those phrases. And there are two methodologies outlined in this section, and that's the balancing approach versus the impact-focused approach. So just briefly, the impact approach, you consider the impacts to determine whether they are disproportionately high and adverse, and whether the impacts are equitably distributed amongst the population. So including those that are sort of not inherently built into the project. And then the impact approach identifies disproportionately high and adverse impacts without considering additional mitigation, whereas the balancing approach might. So an important point here that for either methodology, the potential threats to human health really shouldn't factor into the weighing of those benefits and burdens, and you know, be careful about attempting to offset something sort of wildly unrelated. We'll sometimes see, you know, oh, jobs and taxes, but your human health is compromised. So that might not be a very appropriate discussion in your EJ section. So see section 8. for some step-by-step details about disproportionately high and adverse impacts. I think the one point here is that a lot of folks are surprised to find that per the executive order, disproportionately high and adverse impact determination does not actually preclude the action from going forward. It says that it must be identified and addressed. All right, next slide, please. So monitoring and mitigation is the last section I'll talk about in detail. So, due to the unique conditions and vulnerabilities, we're really recommending adaptive and innovative approaches, to address some potential impacts, including developing monitoring and mitigation and accountability with the community. Of course, not to the community, do it with the community, and we're really stressing transparency with stakeholders. So this might include might include publicly sharing monitoring data or plans or methodologies, and then ways that stakeholders, the public, might be able to get in touch with an actual human being, not just some sort of generic fill out this form and we'll get back to you, but a person that they can call if a violation arises. So for instance, if you've committed to anti-idling during construction, have a number where somebody can call to report a violation of the anti-idling mitigation. So yeah, I think here the stress is on transparency with the public. All right, last slide, please. So Denise mentioned that we have some other work products. One of those is the Community Guide to EJ NEPA, which again, Google it and you can find it. And then we have some other tools that are EPA tools that are both publicly available. Anybody can use them. One is NEPA Assist and the other EJ Screen. I'm sure folks have heard of those. But these are all tools that we recommend folks take advantage of. Anybody can use them. They're mobile friendly. People can look up all sorts of environmental and human health data on these, and I think they're very important to use. The NEPA process spans all parts of the environmental sector. We involve local government and tribes, academia, federal government, communities, nonprofits, everybody. It's really important we're sharing the same tools, that we're sharing the same information. This will help us work most effectively. So I encourage folks to take advantage of this. It'll help us, sort of move forward with a common understanding and collaboration. As products are available, as products are developed, they'll be available and published online. Communities Guide is newer than Promising Practices, and then we have these tools. Any other tools that we develop, we will put online. And if folks are interested in working with us, we're always interested in hearing from people, and we're also interested in coming to your community if you're interested in Promising Practices or Communities Guide training, or if agencies are interested in partnering with us to hear more, we are happy to do that. I think maybe that might be it, or my last slide says contact Denise if you're interested. Yeah, contact Denise if you're interested in having some personalized training. And with that, we go to Jackie. Okay, thanks everyone.
That's pretty good. I wish I would have thought to throw Denise in there as my contact person. Good afternoon, everyone, or morning, wherever you are. My name's Jackie Annarino. I am the statewide NEPA assignment coordinator and NEPA public involvement coordinator for the Ohio Department of Transportation. I also chair the newly formed AASHTO Public Involvement Work Group. I thank you very much for having me with you today. I'm going to share some lessons learned and best practices that Ohio has picked up along our journey into virtual public engagement. And while we've learned many lessons about all aspects of public engagement, today I'm just going to focus on those related specifically to engaging underserved populations or traditionally underserved populations. Next slide, please. Okay, so like everybody else in the world, Ohio was in a panic when the pandemic hit. All of a sudden, live interactions were essentially eliminated. Next slide, please. But we still had a job to do. We couldn't just stop fixing our roads. People are counting on us. Ohio communities include quite a lot of traditionally underserved populations in both urban and rural areas all across the state. We have big cities like Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus, to very small towns in rural Appalachia that have little to no infrastructure and no internet connectivity. And our projects provide the infrastructure that people need to access meaningful employment and healthcare and resources and goods and services. Next slide, please. So we had to scramble to figure out how we're going to conduct business. And this prompted a lot of questions for us, like how do we make sure we're in compliance with state and federal laws? How do we ensure our outreach is inclusive? Basically, how do we change everything that we're doing? Next slide. So we started diving into it, and as you can see from this slide, we went down in flames several times at first. So our first virtual public meeting, we thought we were live streaming, but we found out later that we weren't live streaming. And the only person who was able to connect with us during that meeting was a news reporter. But thankfully, he was very, very kind to us in his article. We ended up scheduling a second phone session rather than scheduling a second virtual public meeting, just to make sure that everyone had the opportunity to participate. We mailed all the meeting materials to everyone, and they could join by phone, and then we would kind of talk them through the materials. The next virtual public meeting we had after that went pretty much the same, but we finally figured out what we were doing wrong. So we were able to make corrections and move forward in a positive direction. We did fail a lot at first, but we learned and we adapted each time we did, and we did so pretty quickly. Next slide, please. And we tried several platforms at first, and I'll start out by saying we don't support or promote any particular software or product, nor do we intend to disparage any particular software or product. We simply share our experience openly and honestly. I won't go into all of them in detail today, but some of the difficulties we experienced were the technology to live stream was really challenging with some of the platforms. Security issues with meeting software is a huge concern. We actually had a local project that was Zoom bombed, and profanity was shouted and pornography was shared. So, you know, that's never a good thing. Some platforms that we tried out require an account or registration, or you have to download an app, or you have to have a smartphone or computer to participate. And others do offer a call-in option without requiring a smartphone or computer, but it's in listen-only mode. So we didn't really feel that some of these options provided the opportunity for meaningful public engagement. Next slide, please. So our suggestion is when you are deciding on a platform that you select something that makes it really easy for the public to participate. Use what they're already familiar with, if you can. As Denise says, meet people where they are. For instance, Facebook Live is a really great option, but it should only be used to supplement other outreach, not as a standalone, because not everybody has a Facebook account. Think about the elderly populations, for instance. Try to use something that allows the public a variety of options to participate. You want to make it convenient for them to submit comments at a time when it's convenient for them to do so. I mean, think about everybody who's got kids home all the time now. They have to work and they might not be available during the time you're offering a public meeting. We also want to use something that doesn't require registration, a special account, downloading an app, or some hoop to jump through. We want to eliminate those barriers to participation. Provide a call-in option for those who don't have access to the internet or smartphone. This is especially important in our Appalachian region of Ohio, for instance, where income is low, jobs are few, and internet access is extremely limited. And you will also need the ability to control the audience. We want to be able to mute and unmute the audience and prevent them from unmuting themselves. We also want the ability to prevent the audience from sharing video, and we want to be able to remove bad actors from meetings if it ever comes to that. Although we've found with our virtual public meetings, once we let everybody know we're recording, they tend to be a little more respectful. so that's a plus. If possible, use something that offers closed captioning or automatic translation services. I'll talk about this a little bit more here in just a minute. Next slide, please. So extra effort is required in this virtual age to ensure we're engaging everyone. We advertise in all the same ways we would for an in-person meeting, but we try to advertise much earlier. We want to be prepared to print and mail meeting materials in advance of the meeting. And this is especially important for those who only have that call-in option. We use multiple methods to get the word out. We do things like post a changeable message sign in the project area, especially in areas with underserved populations. That's a great way to advertise an upcoming project or meeting. We also post flyers at frequently visited locations or along the pedestrian routes in a project area. Again, meeting people where they are. So it's really important to get to know the community so that we know what outreach methods might work best. You can work with local officials or religious leaders or community leaders, whoever you can find to build a relationship with and determine the best outreach methods for that area. And if there aren't any community groups, try to brainstorm ideas for how to reach out and go out and ask members of the public, go knock on doors and find out what might be the best way to reach out to their neighbors. The important thing is you really need to think outside the box. You want to consider building relationships through social services or health services. At the beginning of the pandemic, we saw that there were long lines at food banks. So we started asking food banks to include a flyer with every bag or box they distributed. You just have to think about what are the needs that people need met. They have to go to the grocery store, so post it at the grocery store. Any place that you think people will frequent. Next slide, please. Other ways we try to ensure that everyone can provide input is to prepare the meeting materials and post them on the project website as early as possible. Oftentimes, we will go ahead and post a recording of the presentation and include a comment form on the project website so the public can view it when it's convenient for them. Doing this allows the public to view the presentation as many times as they like and then think about things a little bit before they submit their comments. And we notice when we do that, we get much more substantive or helpful comments by doing it. On the project website, we include detailed instructions with screenshots for how to connect and how to submit comments. We include ground rules and browser requirements for participants if they're planning to join a virtual public meeting. We also try to make sure there's an option for people to comment offline and provide detailed instructions for how to do that. We include a name, email, and phone number and one point of contact. You don't want to muddy the waters by listing a bunch of different people for different things. Give them one person. Encourage comments with an inviting tone and emphasize the importance of the public and their input and what their role is in our process. Next slide, please. We want to make sure all the materials, whether we're sending them out or making them available on the project website, are reader-friendly and concise. Pictures are far better than paragraphs, we've found. We also got a complaint that people don't want to type in a long URL code, so we provide a QR code now so that the public doesn't have to type in that long URL. And there are free QR code generator services available online. We also try to be very clear about the format and time frame for the meeting and about how questions are going to be handled. Like if we think it's going to be a huge controversial project and we're just going to get tons and tons of comments, we will be very clear up front if we're just planning to hear everyone and respond later instead of fielding all the questions during the meeting, just to make sure everyone gets heard. ODOT also includes a translated line in our materials regarding how to request translated materials if we know we have a large population of non-English speaking residents in or near a project area, or we might print our materials one side in English, the other side in another language. One of the platforms that ODOT uses for virtual public meetings allows us the ability to translate the static project page into multiple other languages by the click of a button. And both platforms that we currently use offer closed captioning of the recorded video after the meeting, and we can download the transcript afterward. When we live stream through YouTube Live for our virtual meetings, there is an option to provide closed captioning during the meeting, but you have to create a delay so that there's time for what's being said to be transcribed. We have not yet tried this out because the delay is already pretty significant in that platform. It can be 20 to 30 seconds. So we've been afraid to go with the closed captioning during the meeting. So to make up for it, we advertise the availability of translators or interpreters for the public meeting. And in addition to having a list of staff members throughout ODOT who can translate various languages, Ohio also has a statewide contract for these services. And then again, we also provide the transcript upon request, but we also just make it a habit of now posting it to the project website once the meeting's concluded. Next slide, please. So during the meeting, there are some things you can do to make sure that everybody's able to participate. You want to identify yourself when you begin speaking during a virtual meeting. This is really important for those who are joining by phone only. And you need to speak up. You might have a great connection, but it's possible not everyone else does. Encourage participants to change their audio connection if they notice static, interference, or garbled speech, and explain exactly how they do that. For instance, in GoToWebinar, I know that there's a little audio panel in your control panel. There's an audio box, and if you're having trouble hearing things and things sound garbled, you can just click no audio and then click back on audio, and it sometimes clears it right up. but sometimes you might have to change over to the phone. So there are workarounds. Be clear at the beginning of the meeting that you're recording the meeting and that all comments are a matter of public record. As I said, that has been hugely beneficial to us because people are much more respectful. And state that questions are going to be documented and answers will be posted to the project website. We review the instructions for commenting and participating at the beginning of the meeting and go over in detail exactly how everyone can participate. We review the chat feature. We tell participants how to raise their hand or enter the speaker queue. We go over how they can submit comments offline if they prefer to do it that way. And then once we've gone over all these things, we're ready to begin our presentation, and everyone should be able to see and hear what's being presented and know exactly how to participate. Next slide. And then after the project information has been presented and the presentation concludes, it's time for the Q&A portion. At this point, we will review again for the audience how they can participate because they can't remember stuff from the beginning of the meeting. So we throw another slide up there and tell them again how they can participate. And then after the Q&A portion has concluded, we will remind the audience again how they can submit comments and provide the deadline for comments to be considered during this phase of the project. And we let them know how their comments are going to be reviewed and considered by the project team, and let them know that constructive comments might actually be incorporated into the project's design. And then share that contact information again and let them know when they can expect to receive a response. And we will go a little bit further and offer one-on-one conversations for those who found it difficult to participate in the virtual meeting. Next slide, please. And then after the meeting, there are some things you can do to follow up. Post a link to the video and a transcript of the virtual meeting on the project website, along with the comments and responses. And then when you send the responses, include links to the project information and the meeting video. Consider extending the comment period if you need to make sure that everyone has had ample time to provide input. And it's also a really good idea to issue a reminder about a week prior to the comment due date. And then the most important thing is to respond. The public wants to know they were heard. So it's really important to make sure you respond to them and let them know that they were. Next slide, please. And we recommend that you ask demographics questions as part of your project survey. We start out by saying answering the questions is optional and completely anonymous, but your response will be extremely helpful in ensuring the fairness and equity of our engagement. And we start out with general questions like, do you want to receive project updates, or do you want to receive a response, and what's your name, do you own or rent property in the area? And then we get into demographic specifics like age and gender and race and education level. And then we'll look at the data and try to determine how many people joined the meeting, who joined the meeting, and the biggest thing for us is, did the meeting participants reflect the community in which the project is located? This information can give you some really great insights that might shape how you conduct your outreach in the future. Next slide, please. There are obvious cons of going virtual, of course. Learning the technology can be challenging, as we discussed. It's difficult for some to participate in this manner because they prefer in-person events. And it's tough to be sure we're reaching everyone. So we need to work extra hard to reach out. And while some feel it's difficult to participate in this manner, others feel it's far more convenient for the public to participate because they don't have to attend a meeting at a particular time that may not work for them, or travel to a location that may not be convenient to them. Also, we don't have to worry about location concerns for the meeting venue. Is it in a safe location? Is it near a transit line? Is it ADA compliant? In fact, some would argue it's safer and more ADA compliant than in-person events. Next slide, please. One thing is certain, the pandemic has changed forever how we conduct public involvement. We in Ohio feel it's changed for the better because it's forced us to move into this century and use technology that's available to us that we've been too afraid to use or too busy to learn how to use until now. And moving forward, we anticipate we will continue with virtual public meetings, even when or if we ever get back to whatever normal is going to look like from now on. We just consider this another tool in our toolbox. Next slide, please. We recognize that we can't simply maintain the status quo. Rather than cutting corners, we need to invest in better ways to be more inclusive and leverage the technology that's available to come up with creative solutions. If nothing else, this pandemic will lead to improvements and innovations that would otherwise have been years away. Next slide, please. Okay, full disclosure, everyone, I am filling in today because Carolyn Nelson was supposed to present, but she had a conflict. So I would be remiss if I did not mention that there are some wonderful resources available at the USDOT Federal Highway Administration Everyday Counts Virtual Public Involvement Program website. Here is the web address and Carolyn's contact information should you wish to learn more. So at least I got Carolyn thrown in there, not you, Denise. And next slide, please. And I believe this is my last one. Yes, this is my contact information, darn it. So please feel free to reach out to me with any questions as well. And I thank you again very much for your time and attention today. And with that, I will hand it back over to Denise. Can't hear you.
Susie.
Oh, Susie, my apologies. I apologize.
There we go. Perfect. Yay, that's my life story. I wanted to start by thanking everyone out in the virtual world for joining us. It's very peculiar giving a presentation and seeing absolutely no one in the audience, and it's great to see my co-panelists, but I just wanted to express appreciation to y'all for joining this session on NEPA. And I think you can't say thank you enough, and I want to thank Denise for continuing to convene this panel on NEPA and EJ, along with thanking the Federal Interagency Working Group on Environmental Justice for continuing to support the NEPA committee. That's so important. And again, thanking the co-panelists for continuing to remove any doubt that environmental justice is fundamental to NEPA and it's fundamental to federal decision making. So I'm so thankful for that. And then finally, thanking the conference organizers from Melinda Downing and from Carolyn Sawyer and Lloyd Moore for continuing to have NEPA be featured in this very important National Conference on Environmental Justice. I think Denise and I were talking, this might be the 5th year that we've done this, 5th or 6th year. And I think this is so important because for me, I'm living in a world of chaos. And when I look outside the door, there's a lot of chaos. And if it's not in my life, it's for so many people. And federal action or federal inaction has such huge consequences in that chaos, both to contribute to it and to also to abate it. And I think especially as we talk about NEPA, we're living in a great world of uncertainty. We have massive new NEPA regulations, which on its face would create a lot of discussion. The legal challenges will only make that uncertainty, I think, even heightened. And I think everybody is really desperate for certainty. And that's why I think NEPA, and I feel like I'm again the Hollywood vibe agent for NEPA, is using the sailing analogy, is that we need all hands on deck to remember the goal and the purpose of NEPA to restore harmony between humans and the planet. And so I think that NEPA continues to serve this role. And I am here to once again encourage people to continue to love NEPA as much as all of us do, to expand the club of NEPA nerds. So what I'm going to do today is, besides trying to recruit for the NEPA Nerd Association, is to spotlight a couple of principles that we've learned over the last 50 years, with lessons learned that align with promising practices that Elizabeth did such an outstanding job of explaining, and then give a little bit of an illustration from my new perch on why NEPA continues to be so essential. Next slide, please. So like I was saying, that despite the chaos, despite the uncertainty, NEPA is still here 50 years later, and that's a very strong statement. And I think that NEPA has always been perceived as the Magna Carta of environmental laws. It will change and it will adapt. There will be controversies that will have to be addressed, but it's still here. And the policies that were set out are fundamental to going forward in, again, achieving that harmony between man and his environment. I want to strike that too. It shouldn't be man, it should be humans, it should be expanded, but we know what it means. And I think it's also the recognition that we have to prevent and we have to eliminate the damage, looking at the environment and the human environment and the present and the future generations. And so I think that we have to remember 50 years down the road that these principles are needed now more than ever, and we cannot abandon them, and we cannot abandon NEPA as an approach to get to that goal. Next slide. But we also have to say that as a 50-year-old, things do change over time, especially when you talk about science and technology. And we cannot rest on our laurels. We can't rest on business as usual. We have to use the most current and futuristic opportunities possible. 50 years ago, we were looking at x-rays to diagnose diseases. We've gone from x-rays to CAT scans to MRIs to now functional MRIs. And we would the world would not be in the place it is now without having that access and that application of those technologies. And we can also say that we have not invented x-ray glasses. I wish we could. As a kid, I was desperate to get some x-ray vision, but we have seen so many changes that are very relevant to our federal decision making. They're there to be used, and we just need to pick up those tools. And I'm going to have to read this because it's so highly technical, even my mind can't comprehend it. But I have a colleague at the School of Medicine who's a specialist in epigenetics and epidemiology, and he's developed some research methods to understand the biological embedding of prenatal adversity with an emphasis on fetal origins of mental health. So what does that mean? Basically, it's saying that the impacts of what we're doing to our planet are having impacts, not just when you arrive on the earth, but in your prenatal conditions. And we have abilities now to not only understand what some of those physical impacts are, but we're able to look at some of those mental health impacts. And I think this is huge. We know that psychological stressors are important. They were recognized in the disproportionate impact factors produced in 2011 by the EPA's Office of Environmental Justice. Another shout out there. And we need to be taking advantage of these tools, and we need to be applying them. And we've got a burden to do that, and it's exciting to do that. So next slide. So in that vein, in that context, with, again, being a champion of NEPA, but know that we've got to continue pushing the envelope, pushing ourselves, again, being inclusive for the full set of stakeholders, is that we also, this is kind of going back to some of the challenges that NEPA is experiencing literally, in CORD, and some of the challenges in trying to understand what is NEPA's applicability today. And, I like to think of this in a kind of a Hollywood setting, and where we have our marquee, theaters. We have the big issues, the real high profile cases where the question is whether a project should proceed or not. And those are really important, and those decisions will continue to play out. But while that is happening, there are even more opportunities to apply NEPA, into take it to the yards, take it to the drive-in movie theaters. And that's where I think now we have such an important opportunity to really apply environmental justice. And we can be looking at the application of NEPA, which is very broadly, the full range, as we know, from construction projects to adoption of federal programs, to manage federal programs, looking at federal funding, and then approval of grants, licenses, and so forth. And from the perspective of the health and well-being of the individuals who come from low-income status, who are people of color, who are tribal and indigenous communities, there are two examples of where there's a huge opportunity right now to really reach out and touch the people who are in greatest need. And one example is with federally qualified health centers, again, which are the method to receive health care, where 30 million individuals are now being served by federally qualified health centers. 30 million individuals. 63% are of racial and ethnic minority, and 91% are low income. Federally qualified health centers have to comply with NEPA. And NEPA can provide that table to have the different stakeholders come in, not just looking at the impact of the particular facility on the environment, but for the need for that facility, and how can you best meet those needs, and not just come in with a cookie cutter approach. And then how do you try to make sure that the people who are supposed to be benefiting are actually benefiting from that proposed activity? So I think that's one example of where NEPA is very relevant today, and I think can help us do better decision making when it comes to access to healthcare. Another example is actually for example, with U.S. Department of Agriculture Rural Development with housing. Housing is a huge issue. There's huge resources being put into that space, and how well are we using promising practices to evaluate and make sure that we're doing housing in the most effective, most meaningful way possible. So like I said, I think that there's really a lot of opportunity to apply NEPA in a way that's going to really help rebuild this country and avoid a lot of the challenges that do come from the bigger controversial projects. Next slide. So again, I think something else from the lessons learned that we've certainly garnered from our work with promising practices and with the NEPA committee is that we need to be looking at the impact on the people as they live in their real time, in their real place, in their real world. And I think one of the many hallmarks of the NEPA committee and with promising practices is debunking the myth that a general population assessment, assessment of everyone without considering the vulnerable subpopulations is not adequate to make an informed decision making, to inform decision making. And I think even in the environmental justice sector, we are looking at race and we are looking at income, but now we need to look even deeper to those next layers of vulnerability. Again, women, pregnant women, children, the elderly across the lifespan. And we have our pre-COVID world where we know that in order to understand the impacts, to do that impact analysis in general, as well as looking at for the disproportionately high and adverse impacts, is looking at the pollution burden, its multiple sources of exposure. And we don't have to say the C word, right? We can look at antagonistic and synergistic impacts. We can look at pre-existing conditions, which get us to that most informed decision. And then, like we learned with the disproportionate impact factors that the Office of Environmental Justice, that EDPA has developed, is looking at what are the sensitivities that would make any exposure more impactful. So we have that knowledge. And then we flip into the COVID world where we are seeing the impact, the dramatic impact of those who are suffering most greatly in terms of death and morbidity and mortality. And we have to be accounting for that. We have to look at how we're going to spend our dollars in a meaningful way that is going to make a difference. And what better tool than the NEPA table to make sure these decisions take place in this fashion. So next slide. So I think that the final lessons learned, and I pulled this particular slide from some very important work done by the HUD EPA DOT Partnership for Sustainable Communities, which once again recognized that we can't look at problems and issues and projects in isolation. When you build a highway and you don't pay attention to the public housing that's right next door to it, or you can go on with many of these examples, we have to learn and be able to navigate in each of those domains. And I think, Elizabeth, both you and Jackie mentioned how you're doing this in the space of what you're doing with the NEPA projects. And so I think we just need to consider bringing that inclusiveness. And I think as we even think about the CEQ regs and the new regulations, having that coordination and that work within the NEPA process is going to make that decision making flow more effectively and take advantage of the time that we will have to get those reviews done. And again, I think when you think about the alternatives, it's at the very beginning, at the outset, but it clearly gets into the alternatives and more into the mitigation. So like I said, I think that's something that we've learned. It's not the isolationist approach. It's at the front end, bringing in the impacted populations, but also those parts of government that are dealing with the different parts of the lives that these people are experiencing. Next slide. So now that flips to where I am now, and I still ask myself every day is how did I get here and what am I doing? But it's very, very, very interesting because I think now what the space that I'm working in now, that I am going to be tying to NEPA, is again doing that drill down where the people that I'm still working to serve are those that are people of color, those that are low income, those within tribal indigenous populations, but going deeper to those that are most vulnerable. And in this particular instance, looking at mental health, but also the comorbidities of mental health and physical health, because we know it's one body and the body doesn't separate these things. And so, we're still dealing with the same population. We still have the same mission of trying to work with the impacted communities and bring the best tools available. And so what the change is, I'm doing that through the public health lens, but again, I'm advocating and find receptivity to using NEPA by the Yale School of Medicine. And again, it gets to I think the goals that all of us have that NEPA sets out of interrupting intergenerational poverty, of advancing social and economic mobility, of looking at the social determinants of health and not just diagnosing the social determinants of health, not just diagnosing health inequities, but starting to do the problem solving. And I think that's where the marriage comes from, having an academic institution and having the government agencies who can use the best information we have to start fixing the problems. So that's where I am now. Next slide. And so part of what we're doing now is looking at the theory of change, mixing these two worlds of medicine and law, science and practice under an umbrella of triple bottom line justice, which we all talk about, which isn't not just environmental justice, but economic justice, health justice, and really looking at what we're trying to reduce, what we're trying to get rid of, which are the threats to the natural and the physical environment, but also looking at the access to essential services and needs, those barriers to having harmony with the human environment. Once again, that's where NEPA is the best tool available, I think, to be able to start having some of those really hard conversations, but then looking at what NEPA brings on the positive side, which is to, as we said, fundamentally, and I think as Denise started this conversation out with, it's about not just informing the decision-making process, but letting the communities be able to participate in what that decisions are and will become. And again, going back to the definition of the human environment, couldn't get a better one, which includes these whole ranges of the ecological, cultural, historic, aesthetic, health effects. And then finally, it's about increasing accountability, but for the detrimental effects, looking at who's getting those beneficial effects and looking at the balance of those, like Elizabeth said before. And these are on, from healthcare, food security, safe housing, physical activity, transportation options, and so on and so forth. These are germane to NEPA. And these are the pieces of our federal government activities that we need to be making sure are most informed as we go forward. Next slide. And so again, coming back to the work of applying the theory of change on NEPA to maternal mental health, like I said before, it really is looking at this intergenerational aspect of impacts of particular actions, mothers, children, multiple generations, but really trying to force this simultaneous consideration, not just in the siloed or in a consecutive manner, all these factors that come through looking at environmental health and economic challenges, and use that to get to sustainability. But it's also recognizing, and one of the areas of my research is going to be based on this decades of successes of community organizations making positive impacts in their community, but looking at the well-being of that role that they're playing on their own individual and family health and well-being. So it all comes together, and it all is really critical that we be looking forward to this moving forward. Next slide. So I think, kind of landing this plane with the pitch with this illustration of how no matter what the subtopic is, there is so much that NEPA can do for it. When we're looking at poverty and maternal depression today, we're looking at a cost of $14 billion to the country every single year, finding that the impacts of having maternal depression not only adversely impact the mother, but the children, and that children that are born into poverty have depressed mothers, and that the children themselves are three to four times more likely to get depression. But I think the most important part when we talk about the economy, when we talk about revitalizing the economy, and when we realize that 42% of the kids who are born into the bottom quartile of poverty stay in that space, we've got to do something better if we're going to see this country revitalize itself from an economic and a health and an environmental perspective. And that's where you have to get down into the details. So next slide. So as I'm coming to a close, I'm bringing it back to NEPA, right? I'm trying to make the case of this broad arching statute that covered so much in such a profound way is really connecting all these dots and forcing us to connect these dots. I'm going to go to my newest community to be working with, which is Bridgeport, Connecticut, which happens to be in Fairfield County, which is one of the top counties in the country for income disparity. You have the highest income coming out of Wall Street and New York City, to where you have just extreme poverty, where the rates of diabetes are off the chart, where you have gun violence, just heartbreaking, so it's an area of great need. So we've gone in there, and interestingly, when the working with the community to understand what their needs are and what their goals are, again, it's minority and low income, what their needs are, what the stressors are for their depression are things that NEPA relate to and that NEPA can help out with. And we found that over 60% of the mothers who are depressed have housing insecurity, that 65% have food insecurity. And that's all tied to depression. And so these are opportunities for the NEPA table to come in and not have a battle over of whether a project is going to come in or not, but really try to use that project so it helps this community, this neighborhood, and doesn't just continue to serve the higher end communities in the Fairfield County. So my last slide, my second to last slide, please, the next slide, is bingo, right? Bingo. Where we had a NEPA project. I had nothing to do with it. I'm just reporting some great work that was done. I wish I could have been there, but I'm dealing with the next generation. It's where $50 million from HUD's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding has gone into Bridgeport. And it has a great job of community engagement, finding out the concerns, looking at what are the climate impacts that are coming in, how can they be addressed, extending from food security to transportation, so on and so forth. The project is going to result in some flood risk reduction mechanisms, some sea walls and things like that. And it's going to some housing improvement, and there's going to be a resilience center located in the African American community that's taking advantage of some cultural, historical history of that particular area. So this is an example where NEPA can really be used in a very positive, progressive way to bring people back together who can still disagree, but just make sure you get all of the issues and the needs on the table and come up with a solution to fix those problems. So the last slide. And so I didn't put your name on the slide, Denise. I wish I had. Next time I will. But again, I just want to thank everyone for joining this session. I want to thank everyone that I thanked before, because our work has only just begun for NEPA, and we have 50 more years of work to do in this space, and then maybe we'll get it right. So thank you, and Denise, back to you.
Thank you so very much to my panel. Bravo, hats off, if I had one, to you guys for such robust and engaging presentations. And so at this point, what I would like to do is just start off by asking you ladies, just a question or two as we look to see if anyone in the audience actually has questions. So I'm going to start back with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, based on your presentation, I have a question for you. How do you actually proceed if an action has high adverse effects?
So first thing I would say is every agency is different and has policies and procedures, standard operating procedures for answering that question. But as a NEPA reviewer, I would say I'm looking for first and foremost disclosure that the narrative and the data and the conclusions match. So in the event that the data suggests that there is going to be or the data and the narrative maybe suggests there's going to be a disproportionately high adverse impact, and then the conclusion says, no, there's not, you might expect a phone call from EPA. So that would be the first thing. I mean, yes, the executive order says that action is not precluded from going forward, but it also says that or it also doesn't say that you can't identify mitigation then also. And that mitigation doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, in kind. I think that there are a lot of things that that folks can identify in documents as ways to address some of the concerns of the community. But I think first and foremost, we're looking for disclosure. Yes, there's going to be a disproportionately high and adverse impact, but this is what we're going to do about it, or this is how we've worked with the community to begin to address it. I don't know if others have thoughts on that.
Well, if not, I have a question now for Jackie. So Jackie, how would one apply your guidance if one wants to participate in decision making? But for example, can non-government folks make these recommendations to government?
Absolutely. During the public engagement process, that is what we want. That's what we're looking for. It's what we're seeking from the public. They know a lot more about that project area than we do. They know things that we don't. We are counting on them to share that information with us. That's the point of public engagement, right? So we've had multiple, I can list multiple examples where the public has had a voice in our projects. But some significant examples are, one, we had a project called the Eastern Corridor in the Cincinnati area, and we were going to create a new roadway in this beautiful, pristine valley. And the public was outraged. They did not want us messing with that valley. They didn't want us taking those trees. There was a park that overlooked the valley, and people had weddings there. They had their pictures taken with that view in the background, and they absolutely did not want it. So we completely abandoned that idea, even though it's much needed in the area. They need to upgrade their infrastructure, but what we're doing is taking the existing roads and making improvements along them to try and address the issues that are there instead of cutting a new roadway. Another example, at Columbus, Long Street Bridge, we had, you know, when the 60s, when the highways came through, they divided neighborhoods. And most of those neighborhoods were minority neighborhoods, you know, or low income neighborhoods. And so now we're rehabbing 70 and 71 in downtown Columbus. And as part of that, we held multiple, like over 500 public involvement meetings and had an advisory committee of about 50 downtown organizations. And we sought input and got a lot of really good feedback. And the overwhelming consensus of the people of the neighborhood were, we want to reconnect that bridge and we want to rebuild this community, reestablish that connection. And we incorporated this really great design. We incorporated a cultural wall. We've reconnected those neighborhoods, and they were so in love with the project. We hired 2 local artists. The community helped pick the local artists to design everything. And once they were finished with the design and we opened up the bridge, they had a big celebration and they called it History in the Remaking. That's what the community called it. And so now every year on the anniversary of the opening of that bridge, they have a festival on that bridge. It's really cool. That's just a couple of examples. I can cite numerous examples where the public has had a voice in our projects.
Thank you so much. I mean, I could even hear your excitement, and it truly goes back to when people speak up or when EJ communities speak up, you know, their concerns were taken seriously. That's really, I mean, I love it. Fantastic.
And they have way better ideas than we do, you know.
They know their communities, absolutely. Last question for Susie, and then I'm going to see if anybody has any questions for us in chat. So Susie, how can your work with Yale School of Medicine and other academic institutions help to address NEPA needs for reaching the most vulnerable communities?
Well, thank you, Denise, for that question. I'm going to try to be equally enthusiastic to Jackie here because I'm getting really excited, right? Well, you know, it's amazing how much interest there is in academic institutions to really be relevant. And I think that there's a lot of frustration in just, you know, being isolated in an academic, you know, ivory tower, and they really want to have some application, you know, with implementation science and things like that. And in fact, I'm working on some curriculum development to be training some of the clinicians and some of the professors in the medical field on how to engage in the administrative process. And we're developing a model executive order on maternal mental health and triple bottom line justice. So there's a lot of interest by people that want to do something. And so I think part of it is understanding what is it that can be contributed to match it with the need. And so a kind of like a menu of possibilities. This is something I think, Jackie, you mentioned it, and Elizabeth did as well, is when we think about the impacted population, and those so many that don't even have environmental justice organizations, how can we contact them? But for their needs, there are social service agencies such as the food service, SNAP benefits, TANF agencies. There's Department of Children and Families, so that those are vehicles and those are mechanisms to put out notices and flyers about opportunities to comment, because the mothers are concerned about their kids getting run over by dump trucks from a new construction project, and they would like to have input on that. So I think that there's access to help with meaningful engagement. I think, but it goes beyond that. I think that there's a lot of administrative data that they have that can help us better understand the anecdotal information that we get from communities can really be backed up with some of this information, which again can help make a most informed decision. They're also excellent at evaluation and fidelity. And I think that as we struggle to come up with outcome measures, they are brilliant at being able to work, reverse engineer outcome data, to output data, to input data. And they have so many mechanisms where we keep trying to reinvent the wheel, because this isn't what we specialize in, that's what they do. So I think that's another area that we could tap into the academic institutions. And again, that's neutral as to whether you want a project or not. It's just really good science. And so I think that's another area. And so yeah, so I think those are some, I think there's great interest. I think that we should develop a much longer menu of asks. And I think that we should set up some opportunities to have the engagement where there can be that exchange. Again, really going so far beyond the controversial projects, but really trying to get to this. And I'll say on the final point, actually, with promising practices and with the work of the NEPA committee, we actually had several Yale Law School interns working with us on that. So interns are probably another opportunity to get some support.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I look forward to our continued collaboration.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. More is to come. And at this time, I want to turn it over to Carolyn to see if there are any questions in chat for the panelists.
We actually do have about 5, and we only have about 10 minutes here. So we'll go through them as fast as we can. The first one was directed towards Jackie. It was about sharing which digital platform worked best for her team. And I know you did a slight disclaimer, but you might want to repeat that.
I did, and we don't encourage or promote or endorse any particular product. We just share our experiences. As I said, we don't disparage or discourage you from looking at others, but the platforms that we use GoToWebinar for some meetings, but we try not to use those for public meetings because GoToWebinar does have that call-in option, but you have to register, and we don't want to have any barriers to participation. What we normally use for our virtual public meetings is publicinput.com, and we connect it with WebEx and YouTube to live stream our public meetings. That's one of those tricky technologies.
Okay, a follow-on. It says, has Ohio had the opportunity to QA/QC the translation services?
We have not yet had the opportunity to do that, but we do have a project coming up where I do believe we'll be able to QA/QC. And I will say this, public input does tell you that they'll translate the page, the static page, but you want somebody who understands the language to go through it and review it and fine tune it, because it's like a quick and dirty translation. So we have our staff members available to do that.
Very good. There is a question for anyone on the panel, and it says, do you have specific NEPA recommendations for tribal communities?
Yeah. I can jump in on that. When we were developing promising practices, we recognized the many of the unique conditions within the tribal communities that required an even deeper dive. But the general sense was that the principles of the analysis of meaningful engagement, of working through disproportionately high narrative impacts was very relevant. So the pieces of promising practices are indeed very, very, very relevant. And there are certain guiding principles and specific steps that did speak to tribal interest with some sacred sites and things like that. So promising practices is probably the first stop to look at with giving, I think, a very significant basis on how to look at tribal and indigenous population issues. Elizabeth, did you want to add, or Denise to add to that?
Jackie, I see your hand. You want to
I
add?
do. Yeah,
Okay, good.
while I can't speak to tribal coordination specifically, we do have a tribal coordination liaison at ODOT, and I would be happy to put this person in contact with our tribal coordination liaison because they do a fantastic job. We have a wonderful relationship with the federally recognized tribes.
Very good. Okay, thank you. This next question is for you as well, Jackie. It says, when you ask the demographic questions about the individual, how do you consider the issue of human subject research?
I'm not quite sure what that's asking.
I'm just reading it straight off. So
Yeah,
when you ask demographic questions about the individual, how do you consider the issue of human subjects research?
Human subject
That's, we
research.
can forward to you who that came from, and maybe we can
Okay.
put some contact
Put us in
information.
touch. Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys can connect and get further clarification. It was
Thank
Cheryl
you.
Stills. Thank you, Cheryl, for submitting your question. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Elizabeth gave a few resources for metrics. Do any of the other panel members have helpful resources they would like to share?
I did not have anything prepared to hand out today, but I certainly do have a lessons learned and best practices documents that I can share.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Well, Elizabeth talked about the promising practice report, and we also have the community guide, and it is on EPA's headquarters website. And we also have a few other resources. And actually, the promising practices report, the community guide are actually on other federal agencies' websites as well. So those are just a couple of our resources. And we have a few other things as well. But those are our main resources.
Okay.
The NEPA committee also produced a couple of compendiums that are available on the EPA website.
Yeah.
One was looking at the regulations that the different departments have on NEPA and EJ. And we also put together a document which listed a number of different data sources that could be accessed. So that's another document that we put together. And I know that we've started developing that you all started, somebody started developing, past, present, and future is a lexicon on key terms. So I think that the NEPA committee is a great reference to look back to for more information.
Okay.
Yeah,
Next
I was just gonna. Oh,
go ahead. No. This next one's for you too, anyway.
oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, then I'll just add that something that I try to encourage folks when they ask something like questions similar to this is like, don't be shied away from a resource just because it doesn't say like NEPA on the cover. For instance, somebody was asking me about elderly populations, and Stanford University's School of Public Health or whatever, they have a really good things to consider about ethnically diverse geriatric populations, which is like such a specific resource that you might not ever need it, but when you do, you're certainly glad it's there. So it's like how to outreach to elderly Hmong populations, which is a really good set of information to have. Look at your face right now, Jack. You want me to send it to you?
I know. I'm like, wow. Yeah.
I'll send it to you guys. Yeah, it's a really good, I thought it was a really good resource.
Well, the question that they posed for you is what principles of promising practices can be preserved with the new NEPA regulations?
I mean, a lot of them. I think a lot of them can. I mean, we're going to have to go through it, I think, with a fine tooth comb and make some edits. But I mean, a lot of it is still there. And sort of kind of going back to my last point is that even, right now it says NEPA on the cover, but that doesn't mean we haven't actually trained like permit writers on using promising practices. So even though it's going to be edited, I think it's going to still have applicability for a long time and for a lot of different programs, not just NEPA.
Okay.
And
I wrote it down, Elizabeth.
Right.
I wrote it down.
Okay.
To add to that, can I just add really, I think it's really important is that we were asking the questions, we were talking with CEQ as the regulations were being revised, is what does that mean for promising practices? Does that mean we have to start from scratch? And the answer was absolutely not. As with all CEQ documents, there will be a review to see where they needed to be updated. And when I looked at, this is just my own personal opinion, but when I looked at promising practices, substantially what's in promising practices still stands. There are certain areas that need to be updated and refreshed, but probably 90% is still directly applicable because it's based on the statute, and that doesn't change.
Okay, very good. Last question, I believe, is for you, Susie. It says to clarify, EJ Screen is one. Google Maps can give some community information. Perhaps Susie knows of some resources that can give health risk for communities.
See, that is a very good question. It's probably not just one, but I think that what we are developing, and that's something we can talk to Denise about, is really coming up with some of those citations and those linkages. I again, in the children's health world and the maternal health world, I'm starting to compile those. So I'll work with Denise to pull those together, because the answer is they're absolutely out there, and there's much more than we've even imagined.
Wonderful. You ladies were fantastic. Great moderator. Thank you, Denise. We appreciate your skills. Great
Great
information.
organizer or facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your afternoon. We still have more to come in the conference, but again, we appreciate your contribution with this workshop. This has been awesome. I want to share with our audience as well before we head out to our break here at 2:30, and then we'll return at 3 o'clock to begin our next panel. Our panel before this one, which was put on by Kurt Temple, if you recall, there was a question that Kurt was going to go back and ask his colleagues about. And he said there was a question from this morning session about U.S. Census American Community Survey. He says, my EPA colleague says that the information about households that speak English less than, oh boy, hold on, my screen wants to really super scroll here. Let me see if I can stand by. I'm trying to read this, and okay, so English less than very well is available on the data.census.gov webpage. So let me do that one more time, and I apologize. There was a question in this morning's session that was conducted by Kurt Temple about U.S. Census American Community Survey. He says that his EPA colleague says that that information about households that speak English less than very well is available on the data.census.gov webpage. We thank Mr. Temple very much for going back and doing that research for us on the break. And for those who, one who inquired about the question, we hope that provides the answer. Again, we're at the point we'll stop for our break here until 3 o'clock. Then we will pick back up with our next panel. Our next panel will go until 4:30, and then at 4:30 we'll actually have our closing remarks and the Environmental Justice Awards presentation, which you don't want to miss. So go ahead and take time to stretch, return some phone calls, and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Thanks so much. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is your 2-minute warning leading into the 3 o'clock session that will be part of the 2020 National Environmental Justice Conference and Training Program. The training program for 3 to 4:30 p.m. is using U.S. Department of Energy's tools to meet low income energy goals. We look forward to our panel members who will be participating in this panel. Again, lots of great questions today, and we appreciate that. And we invite you again through this panel to go to the question section of your GoToWebinar control panel and to insert your question. And as you have seen thus far, towards the end of the program, we will get those questions answered. We have this one panel remaining, and then at 4:30, we will have just a very brief ceremony that includes our Environmental Justice Award presentation and closing remarks. And so we want to make sure you stick around for that as well. I understand all of our panelists are ready and available, and I am showing we're 1 minute away. So we'll go ahead and start calling in our panelists so we can have this discussion. Again, this is using U.S. Department of Energy's tools to meet low-income energy goals. These are representatives from the U.S. Department of Energy, and they're going to share some resources and data that can help state and local governments, nonprofits, and utilities build and expand their low and moderate income energy efficiency and renewable energy initiatives. And so you're going to want to take a listen. Let me introduce to you one by one our panel members. And again, you can follow the full names of each panel member in the booklets that have been downloadable from the website. Our first physical scientist from the U.S. Department of Energy is Oki Ma. We welcome Oki Ma to this discussion this morning or afternoon here on the 22nd of October. We also want to welcome Shelby DuPont, who is a fellow with the U.S. Department of Energy. Welcome to Shelby as well. And then we'd like to welcome Aaron Vimont, who is he's a full stack developer on the data team with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. We'd like to welcome him as well. Again, this is our 3 p.m. panel that goes on until 4:30. I see Aaron. Hi, Aaron. I was looking for your colleagues. We're going to get them in. Hope you're doing well today.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm excited to be here.
Very good, very good. Looking for Shelby. There's Shelby. Hi, Shelby. How are you today? Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Glad to have you. And there is Dr. Ma. Welcome to the panel this afternoon. We appreciate it. I'm going to slip out and let you all continue with the discussion, and we'll entertain questions towards the end. Thanks again for your participation.
Thank you. All right. Great, so I'm going to turn off my webcam until we do Q&A, and I'll get us started. So hi everyone, my name is Shelby. I'm joined by Aaron and Uki. Today we'll be talking about the U.S. Department of Energy's Low Income Energy Affordability Data Tool, as well as a few other resources. I'll be asking a few questions throughout this presentation, so please use the chat bar. Love to see your responses, and it'll also make this a little bit more interactive. All right, so this is our agenda for today, beginning with some background on energy burden, as well as an overview and demonstration of the LEAD tool. I'll provide some additional resources for low-income energy, and then at the end, like I said, we'll have a Q&A. My first chat question for you is, why use a low-income lens on energy? And I'll give you a few moments to type into the chat bar. Seems like people are a little shy. I haven't gotten any responses, but I can go ahead and just discuss why. So why put a low income lens on energy? 44% of all United States households, or about 50 million households, are defined as low income. Proportionate to income, these low income households paid 3 times more than non-low income households. This is called energy burden, or the percentage of gross household income spent on energy. On average, 2/3 of low-income households have high energy burden, meaning they spend more than 6% of their annual income on energy. And 2/5 of low-income households have severe energy burden, meaning they spend more than 50% on energy costs annually. On average, low-income households have an energy burden of 8.6%, while non-low-income households' energy burden is only 3%. So these are some of the factors that influence high energy burden. Energy inefficient homes are less resilient to hot and cold climates. A lack of insulation like that seen in older homes can push residents to use more energy to keep warm during colder months. And older homes may also have outdated appliances and heating and cooling systems that require more energy to operate. Another factor is the high cost of energy sources for energy and electricity, such as propane and other bottled fuels. Also, low-income households often face barriers to accessing new technologies that make energy more affordable, such as solar PV or energy inefficient appliances. These technologies are often out of reach for low-income households lacking qualifying credit, or low-income households often lack the ability to finance upgrades. 59% of low-income households are also renters, not owners of their homes, and this creates a split incentive where landlords aren't incentivized to pay for energy saving improvements that will lower energy costs for their tenants. The next question I have, where are you joining us from virtually today? You can use the chat bar on the right. South Carolina. Colorado. All right. Depending on the income levels in your area, you might find that some of your neighbors have an energy burden as high as 30%. So I myself am joining from Washington, D.C., where energy burden ranges between 1 and 10%. You can see this in the screenshot on the left here. This shows DC's average energy burden, and it's a screenshot pulled from the low-income energy affordability data tool. In a little bit, Erin is actually going to demonstrate how you can use the LEED tool to create a heat map like this of average energy burden in your area. So the LEED tool was made for this very reason, to improve understanding and visualize energy and housing characteristics across the United States with data, maps, and charts. And our goal is that the LEED tool will inform users of the low and moderate income household energy characteristics in their area and enable communities to make data-driven decisions in their program planning and policy. Another question for you. Do you know which heating source your home uses? So for me, in my home here in Washington, D.C., we use natural gas to heat our house. It's becoming more common that homes are adopting solar, which is exciting on the renewable energy front. Some homes.
If you look in the question sections, you can see the answers to everything you're posing.
Thank you.
Chat. You're welcome.
So someone responded that they're using geothermal and solar to heat their home. I asked this question because it's actually one of the filters used on the LEED tool. So you can select and view households whose primary heating source is utility gas, bottled gas, electricity, coal, solar, and so on. You can also filter households by owner or renter occupancy, building age by first year of construction, and building type, which includes from large apartments to mobile homes. Energy burden, energy costs, and housing counts can be viewed by income using federal poverty level, area median income, and state median income. And the LEAD tool is interactive so that you can customize all these filters as well by location, including on the national, state, county, city, census tract, and soon the tribal boundary level. So just to note that access to all of this data in the LEAD tool was made possible by the Census Bureau's American Community Survey and the U.S. Energy Information Administration's utility data. And there's more information on this in the LEAD tool's methodology, which I'll explain how to access in a few slides. These are two examples of the graphic features of the LEAD tool. The graphic features in the LEAD tool can be used to visualize and compare household energy characteristics with maps and charts. So on the left here, we have a heat map of energy burden across Puerto Rico by census tract. And on the right, this chart shows you how household energy characteristics can be compared on different geographic regions. In this case, this is a county from Puerto Rico, and its energy costs are compared to the whole island. So I'll hand it over to Aaron, who's going to give an demonstration of the LEAD tool and show you how to use it.
Thanks, Shelby. Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron Beaumont. I work at the National Renewable Energy Lab and was the primary developer on turning this into a website where users can access all this data. So I am going to go through a quick demonstration of the tool, and probably will try to go through any questions that you all have towards the end of our presentation. So please, if you have any questions, we can wait until then and we'll answer them. Okay, so just scoot a few things over. Okay, so when you first arrive at the LEAD tool, I've actually been here before, so I'm given the option to continue working or start over. But the very first time that you arrive at the LEAD tool, you come up with a little splash page and explains a little bit about the tool. And one of the primary things that we need to select when we are using the LEAD tool is an income model. The LEAD tool has data for 3 different income models. We have area median income, federal poverty level, and state median income. So for now, I'll just start with area median income, and these can be changed later on, and I'll go through how to do all of that. So once you start, the tool will load, and it'll bring up by default a map of the United States, and below that is the chart that Shelby had mentioned before. And next to or above the chart, you'll also see an option to select different output methods, and similarly in our chart as well. And on our left-hand side is where we have a lot of filters and configuration options that I will actually go through all in detail. So the first thing that you might notice here is the defaults to average energy burden based on each state. And a user can also select your average annual energy cost and also just the housing counts that are in these areas. So as you switch between these, you'll see the map change. As you might expect, highly populous states show up with darker colors, and then the lower population states have a little bit lighter color. So I'm going to stick with the average energy burden for the duration of this presentation, since that's what we're focused on so much right now. So every piece on our map here is interactive. So you can hover over an item on the map just to get a sense of what the energy burden is in that state in this case. But if you select any of our states here or Puerto Rico, you'll see an option to compare, which I will get into in a little bit. But also you can view this state at the county, census tract, or city level. So for example, I'll go view counties, and here you can see all of the counties in Colorado, and I'm picking Colorado because that's where I currently am, but this is the same for any state in the tool. So the same as before, you can hover over each of the counties and see the average energy burden there. And again, selecting one, we don't go further down into it. If you want to change to the census tracts, you can just simply switch here using this feature. And it will then load all of the census tracts that we have in Colorado. One feature that we have recently added to the lead tool and we'll be expanding upon is showing different outlines around areas on our census tracts. So it defaults to tribal areas, and these also come right from the Census Bureau's information. And so you can see here in Colorado, there are a few tribal areas that we have our outlines around. And if you hover over that, you can see which tribal area each census tract belongs to. So some tribal areas, some census tracts belong to multiple tribal areas, and some only belong to a single tribal area. However, at the top of the map, then we also have an option to view counties. So this puts an outline around all of the counties in the state. And as you move around the map, you can see here, it just tells you the average energy burden for that census tract within that county. You also have an option just to remove them if you don't want to see any outlines on there and just simply want to focus on individual census tracts. However, we found that for most users, it's helpful to be able to see specifically which county or tribal area a census tract belongs to. And then the last view that we have is our cities. And this one will look a little different. We don't actually do city borders since those change quite regularly. Instead, we just do like a pin in the map showing where all the cities are. And again, this behaves very similarly to all the other maps where you can just hover over a city name. And in this case, it shows you the average energy burden in there. If you know someplace specific that you're looking for, we do have a simple search option as well. It'll default to whatever map you're looking at. So in this case, we're looking at cities in Colorado. The National Renewable Energy Lab is located in Golden. So you can see here then there's an option to select Golden, Colorado. However, there are many other cities with the name Golden in the name. So, oops, I accidentally clicked on one. So it will then take you to that map. So this is Golden Valley in North Dakota. So using this search feature, you can quickly get to where you need to be through any maps. You can also look for census tracts as well if you need to. So most census tracts just have a number for their name, but it will tell you what county the census tract is within. So if, for example, I was curious about census tract 9680 in Barnes County, in this case, North Dakota, I can click on that. And again, it takes you to that map with that census tract selected or the city selected or whatever entity you were looking at will be selected. We do also have the option on both our map and charts to download either an image of the map itself or the raw data that was used to generate the map. So the image will download a PNG file, and that can be put in a PowerPoint presentation or any place else you need to put it. And the data will be a CSV, which is a comma separated value format that's open, can be opened in Excel or most other spreadsheet editors as well to view all that data. Oh, and as you might expect, you can also zoom in and out on the areas that you're looking at as needed with the map as well, if you need to zoom into a particular area in the map. Then I will move now onto our chart. For our chart, it has a similar set of configurable options that you can put on it. In this case, we have an option to have a primary and a secondary dimension. So it defaults to the income type that you're looking at, but so that would be area median income. But we also can look at any of our other filter options that we have, and I'll show those in a little more detail too. But I can instead here change to looking at building age, or I can look at heating fuel type, and I can go back and forth with any of these. Oh, sorry, this is looking at Colorado. I'll actually just go back up. Yeah, sorry, looking back at the United States now. And then you also have the option too of adding a secondary dimension. So this will make the chart a little more crowded, but you can have values combined together then. In this case, I'll just look at rent and own. So you can look at owner versus renter, and then the data actually gets split out. So you can see then both renter occupied homes and owner occupied homes within, in this case, our 0 to 30 AMI range, 30 to 60, 60 to 80, 80 to 100, and 100 plus. So you can more directly compare the values that you're seeing here in the charts and in the maps. If you want to, you can also, I should have switched this to average energy burden. So you can switch between what values you would like to see here. And I'll stick with energy burden for the time being. There's a lot of options. I won't go into every single thing in exact detail, but there are quite a few options that a user can play with as they go through this as well. And then lastly, here on the chart, you can add in another value on the right-hand axis, one that's not currently being used. So in this case, we have average annual energy cost as well, and that will put these dots on the chart so you can compare those as well. And then as you hover over this, you can see the values of what you're looking at in this bar. So in this case, we have electricity at 10%, other at 0%. Oh, sorry, excuse me, electricity at 10%, gas at 3%, other at 0% of burden, energy burden for people in this area. And then you can also see the average total energy cost, which is based off of both the energy expenditures for the year and the average income for people in this bracket. And then, as I mentioned before, you can download an image of this chart as well as the data that was used to create it, so you can look at it yourself if you need to. Okay, so I know this is a lot, and I appreciate everybody bearing with me. I'll just go through quickly kind of what we can see here on our navigation, which is where we really start getting into the meat of the tool. The first thing is if you need a high contrast version of the tool, there is an option here to switch into a dark mode where users then can, anyone with potential visual impairments may be able to see things a little more clearly. I will go back to our light mode just for now. As new features pop up in the lead tool, we do have a space here, we'll show that. And in this case, the most recent feature that we added was those tribal areas I showed you in the census tract map, where you can see various tribal areas around each state. So I can close this, and that will dismiss it, and it won't show up anymore. So as I mentioned several times, we have, oh, I apologize, let me do these first. So up top here, we just have some basic information about the site itself. We have our about and methodology section where you can read the methodology document and how the data was used and put into the tool. There are also just other fact sheets. We have a link to raw data that was used in the tool. So if a user wanted to download it themselves and do something else with it, that's totally within their ability to do so. And then a simple tutorial here that we will be updating shortly as well. We do have a case studies section, and these are real users that have used the tool. The most recent ones are from National Grid in New York City, or in New York, excuse me, and Kentucky. And those individuals and programs have used the LEAD tool to help find areas with high energy burden and direct programs and funding towards those areas. We also have a save option. This will actually save towards the very end. You can save your work and come back to it. And then comparisons as well. As we saw, when you select an entity, you can begin comparing 2 or more items in a list. So let's start off with doing that. If we wanted to, we'll start at a high level and we'll go down even to a lower level. So in this case, let's just say I wanted to compare Colorado to the United States. If I click on Colorado and click compare, you can see here now in my comparisons, I have the United States and I have Colorado. And then one other thing that changes is that gets added to the chart as well. So I actually will simplify the chart here just so it's a little bit easier to see. So in this case, we can look at energy burden in the United States compared to Colorado. And we may have other entities that you want to compare, and we can do that simply by diving deeper into the map and clicking on compare, and those items will be compared. So as a simple example, if I wanted to add Wyoming here, now we have the United States, Colorado, and Wyoming. But one powerful thing about the lead tool is that any geographic entity that is in the tool can be compared to another. So I'm just actually going to remove all of these for a moment. Delve back into, let's look at census tracts in Colorado. Okay, so we have our census tracts here. And if I want to, let's just say I'll do the top left, why not? We can compare the census tract in Moffat County. However, if we are looking at the county border options, we also can then compare multiple items from this census tract. So I can compare this census tract, I can compare all tracts in Moffat County, or I can compare the county itself. So in this case, I will add Moffat County here. It will default to comparing it to something, which in this case is Colorado. But I can then add other census tracts that I might want to compare. And then one other nice feature that we can do is I don't just have to compare things in Colorado or just census tracts. So if, for example, these two census tracts bordered Wyoming, if I wanted to compare those to, let's say, neighboring census tracts in Wyoming, I'm going to be guessing a little bit here, but I believe these would be neighboring ones. I could click here and I could either compare this individual census tract, or I could compare all of them. So in that case, that added all of these census tracts to our comparison options. And then you're gonna, it gets busy down here, but we can see then a lot of items showing up in our chart. But one other nice thing about comparing is if, for example, we wanted to group these together, we can. So rather than having to view them all separately, in this case, this is a little bit of a hypothetical, but let's just take all of these Wyoming census tracts and combine them together. So if I wanted to call this Wyoming tracts, I can do that, and I can save. And then rather than having that many options down, or so many options down in the chart, instead I see my grouped comparison. So I am now looking at Colorado, these two individual census tracts in Colorado, as well as the grouped census tracts from Wyoming. And as I mentioned before, anything that is selectable in the lead tool can be compared. So it would be possible to combine all the Colorado items if you wanted for some reason to have the state of Colorado. And no, that's probably a bad example, but we can do it just to prove a point. Can add all these census tracts here and call this new Colorado and click save. And then we see that we have all these things combined. So you actually could combine counties with census tracts with cities, anything like that. If you want to combine and or compare all of those, that is possible with this tool. So for now, I will just remove all of our comparisons and focus instead on these filters that we have. So as Shelby mentioned, we have quite a few data points that we've used in the tool. The first one you'll see here is area median income, which I selected at the beginning. If I deselect any of these values, now I'm just looking at area median income for 0 to 30, 0% all the way up to 80%. So you'll see the chart change, the chart and the map change as you add or remove these. As I mentioned before, there are three different income models that we have. We also have federal poverty level, so I can switch to that one. And then similarly, I can start going through all of these different filter options that we have. So in this case, if I really wanted to focus on older buildings, I could deselect buildings built after 1980. And so now I'm looking at data that only includes that. And then I can also combine this with other options. So if I really want to focus on utility and bottled gas and electricity, I can deselect all of these, and that is the data that is coming back then. So we can see all of that. The same is true here also for building type. And we go from various size, we contain various sizes of building. So we have 1 unit detached, 1 unit attached, all the way up to 50+ unit buildings. And we also have boat, RV, van, and mobile trailer. And again, can deselect anything that I don't want to see data for, and then it will show up as such in the we represent it as such within the map and the chart. The last one we have is renter and owner occupied, so this can be deselected as well, deselected or selected. And similarly to the comparisons, these can also be combined. So if I want to combine filters, I can look here and, click on the combine filters option, and I can start dragging things into groups that are meaningful to me. So if I really wanted to separate old and new buildings, I may drag this into pre-1980 buildings, and then this one could be grabbed together and could be 1980 plus. So then here I can actually just simply select or deselect these larger combined groups and just make it a little easier for me to use the tool going forward. And then similarly, we may see, or you may want to look at those on the chart. So let's just say we wanted to have federal poverty level and then look at this new building age option that I did, that I created. So now you can see that the chart is grouped by pre-1980 and 1980 plus data in this chart. And so that could be helpful for as users need to customize and prioritize various filter options from the tool itself. Okay, so that kind of covers a lot of what overall the tool can do. The last thing that I will put on here is, or show you, excuse me, is the save option. So if I go here and I click save scenario, you can, a unique URL will be copied to your clipboard. And so you can go then to any browser or come back later and put this back in, and it will load and pick up right where you left off. So it will keep the map where you were, it'll keep any comparisons where you were, any custom groupings that you have, so you can see the pre-1980 and 1980, oh, the plus fell off, options that we have here. And that way users can also get back and see what they were looking at, share it with other people, and then those people can continue to play with it as they see fit. So I know that is a lot, but this was mostly just to highlight how this tool can be used. It has a lot of powerful options, especially when we're talking about finding areas with high energy burden. It does allow users to get down to kind of the specific places they want to look and the criteria that are important to them. One thing that is important to notice and keep in mind with, and there was a, let's see here, I think I had done, let's go back to cities, and if I look at Golden again, I had done Golden Valley in North Dakota. But you may also see a warning that there was actually a very small number of survey results used when collecting the data, and I'm having trouble finding that example again, so I apologize. But and that's just to keep in mind that this is based off of survey data, and there may be a small number of surveys that actually were used to collect information about a specific income level or building type or any of the other filters that we have. So the tool will throw a small warning and just say be aware that a small amount of data was actually used for this specific sample. It'll usually apply at the census tract or city level. And that's just an important thing to keep in mind, that some of the data is, or excuse me, it's important to keep in mind that some of the data may be from a smaller amount of surveys, and so bear that in mind as you're making your decisions. So with that, thank you all for going through that with me. I will now kick it back to Shelby, and she can finish up our quick presentation, and then we'll open it up for some questions.
Thanks, Erin. All right. So now that you know how to use it, you can join the thousands of other users accessing the LEAD tool. I pulled these maps from Google Analytics last week to show you where people are using the tool both around the world and in the United States. Since the LEAD tool was launched in 2019, we've had over 7,000 users and over 11,000 sessions. Next, I'm going to share a little bit about how stakeholders have used the tool to make a difference in their community. So the first example I'll mention is the Kentucky Office of Energy Policy, or OEP. Staff from Kentucky OEP use the LEAD tool to identify low-income households in their state with high energy burden. So the average energy burden in Kentucky for households earning less than 16% of area median income is 11%. However, using the LEAD tool, Kentucky OEP found concentrations in both the eastern and western parts of their state where energy burden is as high as 17%. So they selected energy nonprofits in those areas to provide funding to. One way that Kentucky OEP addresses energy affordability is through grants to organizations that provide energy efficiency retrofits in areas of economic need. One of the recipients, Housing Development Alliance, provides home repairs, upgrades, and weatherization to low and moderate income families to save money on their utility bills. And they also provide vocational training for people in recovery who are re-entering the workforce. So by funding low-income energy efficiency programs like this, Kentucky OEP lowers energy costs for residents and supports local workforce development. And they were able to do this because of the LEAD tool. This is how the LEAD tool can inform communities to be more resilient against energy burden. And as Erin mentioned, we published a use case on Kentucky OEP this year. And I'll share how to access that tool in another spot in a bit. So here are a few more use examples of the LEAD tool being utilized by states, cities, and nonprofits. So Minnesota and New Jersey both use the LEAD tool to develop new policy and legislation with a focus on energy equity. The city of Columbia used the LEAD tool, used the LEAD tool to identify trends in housing by field type and age and income groups in order to craft policy for rental energy efficiency standards. Texas Energy Poverty Research Institute, or TEPRI, and Appalachian Voices both use the LEAD tool to inform utilities of the energy burden faced by their local customers. So how can you use the LEAD tool's graphs, maps, and data to support your work? To note, state and local governments, utilities, nonprofits, and other community stakeholders often lack easy access to data that helps inform decision-making of the area residents they serve. With this in mind, the LEAD tool can help you make data-driven decisions on energy goals, align energy program planning, improve your understanding of energy and housing in your locality, help you start new programs oriented toward low and moderate income households in your area, and visualize energy burden and energy insecurity across the United States. These are the additional LEAD tool resources I'll leave you with. So the LEAD tool website URL is here. And if you copy and paste that URL, you'll be able to access our fact sheet methodology on how all this data was compiled, the raw data set, a video tutorial similar to the demonstration Aaron just gave you, presentations and use cases. Sorry. So these are additional resources for low-income energy stakeholders that I also want to share with you. These can all be found on the Low-Income Community Energy Solutions website. The URL is also at the bottom there. I'd like to highlight the Clean Energy for Low-Income Community Accelerator Toolkit, which was developed out of a 2-year partnership between state and local governments, nonprofits, and utilities. And this contains resources and models to help reduce energy burden for low-income communities. One of the resources from that toolkit is the Low-Income Energy Library, which serves as a one-stop location for low-income energy resources across the federal government. Also on the Low-Income Community Energy Solutions website is the literature review on low-income energy affordability, which is a review of more than 180 publications addressing energy affordability through solar, healthcare, grid resiliency, and economics. There's also a link on our website to the National Community Solar Partnership, which is a coalition working to expand access to affordable community solar to every American household by 2025. This is my contact information as well as Aaron's and Uki's if you'd like to follow up with us on any of the resources that we've mentioned. We're always happy to respond to emails, and we're also excited when people are engaging with these low-income resources. And now we can open the chat up for Q&A. I know we had a few questions to get us started. And I'll just share.
Hey, I cannot see questions. They're not coming through for me.
So
there are some.
A lot of the questions went into the question section. You want to just take those?
Sure, I can read them off for us.
Okay, do you think?
Please.
All right, so Aaron and Uki, a few questions here. First question we received during your presentation, Aaron, was can the layers from the LEED tool be exported to other GIS programs such as EJ Screen or NEPA Assist?
That is a good question. But no, they cannot. So our site is not using any of the tiles or anything like that those programs might use. So currently, you can just export the data.
Thanks. The next question is about where our data comes from, and when you're able, how does it consider rural areas or areas where communities that use wood, stoves, or other forms of energy?
Well, the underlying data is based on the American Community Survey. So the American Community Survey does blanket the whole U.S., so it includes rural and urban areas alike. One of the questions is whether or not a household uses wood as a heating fuel source. And so while we don't capture the cost of just wood, we do have a sort of an other fuel category that would include wood. And if the primary heating source is wood, it's likely that the majority of that other fuel cost comes from the purchase of wood.
Thanks, Uki.
And I can share my screen here too, Shelby, if you.
Sure. Let me give you
just it for one moment.
the presenter.
Lovely. Thank you.
1 moment.
Okay. You all can see my screen. And I just want to show here too, yes, we do have wood as an option as the heating fuel type that we have. And the others are fuel oil, coal, wood, solar, other, and none.
So our next question is the save feature based on the computer that you use, such that if you go to a different computer, what you worked on before does not come up when you log in again?
No, it won't come up. But if we don't have a login feature, but you can save that URL that you have. So if you click the save button, you will have a URL that automatically gets copied to your clipboard. But you can also just copy and paste the URL itself right from your browser. And if you go to a new browser, if you email it to somebody, they can click on it and open it up, and it will look the same as it was before.
Right, so it's a handy feature for collaboration or for just simply sharing what you've discovered on the LEAD tool with others.
There was another question if we could share the URL to the LEAD tool. So I'm pasting that into the question section, or actually into the chat bar, and then I believe you should all be able to see it. And then it looks like someone else wanted us to go back to the contact screen with our information.
No problem, I'll stop sharing then.
All right. So here's our contact information there. And I will also paste the LEAD tool email into the chat bar. We often intake our questions and just comments about the LEAD tool to that email. Also, anything that's sent to us, we take into consideration for improving the tool. So if you notice that there's an error or you have an idea, please contact us and we'd love to review your thoughts.
I also didn't show this, but at the bottom of the tool, it's not super critical, but at the bottom of the tool, there are links to the email, to the raw data, to the State and Local Solutions Center for the Department of Energy. All that stuff is available. It's just towards the bottom, but below the chart.
Yeah, I think I can actually show that for us now,
Oh yeah,
too.
absolutely. Forgot you have it up.
So, so Aaron's talking about down here, there's more links. We tried to make everything in one place so that you don't have to go through multiple pages to access the different resources. So when in doubt, if you go to the tools page, Aaron put everything there for you. I'm not sure if we have any other questions, but if you have questions after this presentation, you have our contact information as well as the LEAD tool email. Also, I can see it and pass along anything you'd like to ask Uki or Aaron. Thank you for joining us today. I know it's the end of the day as well as the end of this conference. There have been a lot of really interesting topics, and thanks Uki and Aaron for being here today with me to present. I think that's all we have for you.
Well, thank you very much. Very much an interesting segment with lots of engagement and lots of questions on time. And I just want to give the audience just that one final opportunity. If there is a question that you would like to shoot to the panel, please go ahead and get that in before we actually move to our next segment. Any questions? Okay. All right. Well, I will not further delay, but again, thank you all so much for doing this panel. In fact, we're getting a message from Cheryl who says, thank you for this presentation. Good job. So great job, everybody. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks.
So we're back. It's been an incredible 2 days. Lots of information, loving all the questions, loving all the interaction. I know that the board that thought through with great consideration what to do and how to approach this conference has been pleased with the level of participation and the level of engagement. And so we thank you for that. I'd like to reach out and have our colleague, our fierce leader.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm getting a message from my computer. Let me close that if it doesn't understand. I want to get my colleague and our fierce leader, Melinda Downing, Dr. Melinda Downing up to begin to close out with our final remarks. So we can also have our awards presentation, which is always very exciting and very thrilling. There are so many people who are so committed and work so very hard in this field. we're just very grateful to have the opportunity to thank them and to, as the old people would say, give them their flowers when they can smell them. Yes, yes, yes. So Dr. Downing will be providing our closing remarks as well as the Environmental Justice Awards presentation. There she is. Hello, Dr. Downing. Get your microphone open, and yes, that little light there we go. Microphone open, and we're ready to go. Has this been an incredible 2 days or what? Can you hear me, Dr. Downing? Open your microphone. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Has
Great.
this been an incredible 2 days or what?
Absolutely, yes, very much so. Very
COVID-19
exciting.
has required we do things in a new way, and I think we certainly met the challenge. And I want to thank you and your leadership for moving forward. So many leaders have kind of hesitated and not known what to do, but I thank you for continuing to push your vision forward, just to do it in a different fashion.
Thank you, Carolyn. You've done a great job too.
Thank you. I'm going to slide out and let you provide our closing remarks as well as our presentation of the Environmental Justice Award this afternoon. Thanks a lot. Thanks, everybody. It's been a great audience. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I trust that we have enjoyed this year's first ever virtual EJ conference. And hopefully throughout the past 2 days, this conference has left you equipped to walk away with new resources, information, and a path forward for network building. All these tools are free to you to take back into your community and share with those who were not able to join us. As the conference theme highlights, we are addressing environmental justice in very uncertain times. So let's keep in mind that many of our EJ communities are without internet and broadband connections. Many of our students do not own laptops. So as we plan for our 2021 conference, we should explore how our current and future partnerships and collaborations can address these issues and continue to tear down that environmental bridge that divides the haves from the have-nots and our underserved and underrepresented communities of color. So I want to thank you again for taking time out of your schedules to be a part of this important conference. I want to thank our presenters, our sponsors, the EJ board members, our conference coordinator, Lord Moore, and Carolyn, our fearless leader who kept us on track and in line. And very importantly, we want to thank our IT expert, Nyasha, who made our connections a smooth operation. I also want to thank our audience, who are very important to this conference, and all the federal agencies. And I must give a special thank you to my manager, Carmela Melendez at the Department of Energy, for his commitment not only to this conference, but for his day-to-day commitment to environmental justice. So now, before we close, I would like to continue to honor those heroes and sheroes that each year or throughout the year who spend their time dedicated to environmental justice throughout the year. So on behalf of the conference board, I would like to present the following awards. The first is for Carol Atkinson. We honor Carol Atkinson of Insulin for Life USA for her dedicated global efforts to provide assistance to those suffering from diabetes, particularly the residents of Puerto Rico, during and after the many natural disasters that have ravaged the area in recent years. We express our sincere appreciation for her work in delivering emergency medical supplies to disadvantaged regions in times of disaster. As the Board of Directors of the National Environmental Justice Conference Incorporated, we express our sincere appreciation for your commitment and tireless efforts to protect human health, safety, and environmental health. Benjamin F. Wilson, Esquire, Chairman, Board of Directors. We honor Dr. Lourdes Gonzalez for her unparalleled commitment to saving the lives of others in Puerto Rico during and after the many natural disasters that have ravaged the area in recent years. We express our sincere appreciation for her dedication to the medicine of optometry and her efforts and commitment in team building with corporations, government, and healthcare professionals to address the needs of our most vulnerable communities. As the Board of Directors of the National Environmental Justice Conference, Inc., we express our sincere appreciation for your commitment and tireless efforts to protect human health, safety, and environmental health. Benjamin F. Wilson, Esquire, Chairman, Board of Directors. We honor Dr. David E. Rivers of the Medical University of South Carolina and Chairman of the National Conference on Health Disparities for his outstanding leadership and commitment to educating citizens across the country on the correlation between environmental justice and health disparities. We express our sincere appreciation for his dedication and decades of bringing together diverse groups to address the social determinants of health, foster better healthcare in the most vulnerable communities, and shape the future of healthcare. As the Board of Directors of the National Environmental Justice Conference, Inc., we express our sincere appreciation for your commitment and tireless efforts to protect human health, safety, and environmental health. Benjamin F. Wilson, Esquire, Chairman, Board of Directors. We honor Dr. Sabre C. Slaughter, Interim Director, Center for Health Disparities Research and Senior Advisor to the President of the Medical University of South Carolina, for his outstanding leadership in health disparities research and commitment to environmental justice and health disparities. We express our sincere appreciation for his dedication and efforts in bringing Community Leaders Institutes and other programs to our most vulnerable communities to foster better healthcare for all. As the Board of Directors of the National Environmental Justice Conference, Inc., we express our sincere appreciation for your commitment and tireless efforts to protect human health, safety, and environmental health. Benjamin F. Wilson, Esquire. Last but not least, we honor Diana Waller of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for her dedicated efforts to assist the residents of Puerto Rico during and after the many natural disasters that have ravaged the area in recent years. We express our sincere appreciation for her devotion to outreach, support, and engagement for communities who are vulnerable and underserved. As the Board of Directors of the National Environmental Justice Conference, Inc., we express our sincere appreciation for your commitment and tireless efforts to protect human health, safety, and environmental health. Benjamin F. Wilson, Esquire, Chairman, Board of Directors. So that concludes our award ceremony. I want to thank everyone again for being here. And as you leave, I want you to remember to keep everyone in prayer, and we look forward to seeing you in 2021. And I will turn it back over to Carolyn or to Lord for any last comments. Thank you again.
Thank you, Melinda. We are going to put up those dates for 2021 so everyone can get them. Congratulations to all of our winners. It's been wonderful with so many of them, how we've collaborated over the years to work to try to improve the lives of so many people in this country. So congratulations to the winners. Thanks, Melinda. Here are the dates. We want everybody to be there, right? We're going to put the positive energy out to be in Washington, D.C. on March 17th through the 19th, 2021. It's the 2021 National Environmental Justice Conference and Training Program. Make your reservations early for the Washington Marriott if you need accommodations. That's the one at 775 12th Street Northwest. Again, visit the website for additional information and ways that you can register. And the website address is right there. It's thenejc.org. Again, it takes a whole team, a village, to actually pull this off in the amount of time that it was pulled off. Much thanks to Lloyd Moore, who Melinda mentioned a few moments ago. And you haven't seen her much. She's been hiding in the shadow, but Naisha has been amazing as the producer and pulling this together and getting us up online. So thanks to everybody. It's been my pleasure as always. Stay safe, everyone. Wear your mask, and we'll see you in March. All right. Have a great evening, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.